So good morning, everyone. Welcome to this second day of the conference. Yesterday, this doesn't work. Okay. No, wait. Too much. Okay, this is the right one. Yesterday we had a deep discussion about the microalgae ingredients and their use in food and feed products. Today the topic is a little bit wider. We will talk about different alternative protein sources. We will start the session with a presentation from other research project belonging to the Horizon for Protein platform. And then we will talk about policy with Laurent Mercier from the DG Agriculture and Rural Development of the European Commission and Ella Walden. Then we will have a policy discussion session with Paul Vos from the University of Wageningen. And anyway, before starting the presentations, I would like to give some introduction to the cluster Horizon for Protein. It's a platform created by the four sister projects funded in 2019 under the same call. From Horizon 2020. The projects are NextGen, ProFuture, Smart Protein, and Susan Chain. And this year we have three new projects which joined the platform: Giant Leaps, Leica Pro, and ValPro. Which is the objective of this platform? Basically is to promote the alternative protein sources, and together we represent more than 300 partners belonging to the different value chains of the alternative protein sources. We received the support from Horizon Result Booster, and we developed jointly activities like the organization of webinars, joint social media campaigns, joint events, participation at joint events like FOST, COP27, and other final conferences of the projects. And we also worked together with around the policy documents. So this is all from my side. So we can start with Marie-Christine and the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Massimo. Yeah, good morning, everyone. Before we start with the first Horizon for Proteins project, just a few practical notes. So on Slido, you can ask questions with the hashtag ProFutureEU. So especially for the online audience, this is a nice way to also be closer to us. And we have a poster session organized. It's just across in front of us, basically in one room. And we have a dedicated half an hour later to see these posters. But if you have a moment during the breaks, you can feel free to already check it. Yeah, so enjoy the program of today. We will start with Susan Chain. That's one of the projects, and it focuses on insect protein. So it's gonna be, one second. Ine van der Vels from Wageningen University, and we have a video message. Unfortunately, she couldn't make it today. So if you could put her message. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ine van der Vels. I am the Deputy Coordinator of the Susan Chain project, which is the acronym for the Sustainable Insect Chain. Together with Teun Veldkamp, who is the coordinator, we've coordinated this project over the last 4 years. And I will shortly present the project and the key messages for policy making. But let me first introduce myself. My name is Ine van der Vels and I work at the Wageningen Food Safety Research Institute in Wageningen. So here I focus on food safety and mainly focusing on food safety management in the supply chain. So my own area is on many different chemical and microbial hazards in the different production chains. The Supply Chain project aims to fill the demand-supply gap in the chain. So there were many different obstacles for scaling up the insect supply chain in Europe. And in the project, we worked on the different barriers and the obstacles, collect information and data, and try to fill this gap. And these gaps were addressed for different aspects, for the rearing of insects, or questions related to the safety of the products, sustainability assessments, and also how insect products can be efficiently used in feed for chicken and pigs, as well as for animal food. So as I mentioned, the project runs for 4 years and also, like your project, comes to an end. The project overall aim thus was to try to fill this gap in knowledge, to fill the barriers, to overcome the barriers and the obstacles, and with the overall aim to scale up the insect production chain in Europe. And in the project, we worked with many different companies and research organizations and NGO in Europe. We worked on the different aspects of insect production, which were addressed in different work packages, as you can see here on the slide. So we focused on market and business opportunities, the insect rearing and transport, processing of insects, using insects for feed, using insects for food, investigating the safety of insect products and frass, and also assessments of the sustainability of the insect value chain. From the 4 years of this project and all the activities, we have developed some recommendations for policymakers, which I shortly will present to you now. The first one is that, as a recommendation, the project recommends to streamline and harmonize all the different European and national legislations and rules related to the production of insects and their use. For instance, related to organic production and the use of frass. Furthermore, we recommend to enable more feed sources to be used by insects. For instance, pre-consumer waste, so that the insect can reach their full potential because they can grow very well on those substrates, and they can then also compete better with traditional livestock. We would recommend to safeguard the legal use of insects as waste converters. They, as I mentioned, they feed very well on waste, and maybe then they cannot be used for feed and food, but they can be used for other products outside the feed-food market, for instance, for surfactants and for glue. And in this way, circularity can be increased. We recommend to consider certain economic incentives for insect operators, for instance, a timely reduction of fat, so that the price gaps, the current price gaps, can be reduced. It will enable the companies to scale up, and then later on, this fat reduction can be minimized. From the work that we did on safety of insects, we found that the chemical and microbial food safety hazards behave different in different combinations of the insect species, the substrate, and the particular hazards. So that means that they need to be investigated separately, and because, for instance, in lesser mealworm and black shoulder fly, heavy metals behave differently. We recommend that food safety evaluations and standards should efficiently be set for the relevant insect species and products, and also that the novel food evaluations by EFSA are done as fast as possible so that the companies can bring to the market their products. For imported insect products, we recommend to set high standards, high quality standards, so that they can compete with the insect products produced in Europe, and consumers experience the same taste and quality of the products. Also related to safety is that we found that insect species, in particular lesser mealworm, black shoulder fly, and house crickets, they show cross reactivity with shrimp and house dust mite. So that means that products of these insect species should have warning labels for allergic consumers. Lastly, we recommend to continue to invest in R&D because it's still a long way to go before the insect supply chain reaches the same level as the current livestock production and the products, for instance, pig and poultry production. So we recommend to promote open innovation and co-creation, like this has been done with this European-funded project, Susan Chain, and we recommend to continue this to further stimulate the scaling up of the insect value chain in Europe. So these were the main key messages for policymakers. And last, I want to mention that we have also, this project has its final meeting and symposium. The symposium is held on the 27th of September in Wageningen, the Netherlands. And here we present the main outcomes of the project and also the key messages for policymakers. And you are all very much invited to attend this final symposium. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, thanks a lot to Ine for this message. If you have any questions to her, just contact her via email. So the next speaker is here in person. It's Svein Agnarsson from University of Iceland. And he's a professor at the School of Business in Iceland and holds a PhD in economics. And his research has focused mostly on fisheries economics, and he's been involved in marine-related international projects, for example. So thanks for joining us from Iceland today. This microphone, and you have the pointer here to get your slides further. Yes.
Is this live? Okay, good. So thank you, and good to be with you here in person. I should also say that in this project I represent Sjókovin, which is a not-for-profit institute or a research agency in the Faroe Islands. So as they were involved in this project and directly, and not the University of Iceland. So I sometimes have on a little Faroese hat. But you can see the countries involved in red on the map. So there were several of us in Europe taking part in this project, ranging all the way from the north to the south. So hopefully I can get this going. Yes. So the objectives that we had in this project, of course, were to demonstrate suitability and economic viability of new proteins. We were focusing on microalgae, insects, and single cells, and in an industrial environment. And of course, with the aim to either complement more traditional sources or replace them. And of course, the main idea also to strengthen food security in Europe and sustainability and self-sufficiency of the European protein production. So let me just push this. So we had, like I said, you can see here on the screen, it's a very small letters, I'm afraid, but we're using underutilized resources. We used CO2 for the algae in Iceland. We used pre-consumer food waste for the insects, and we used food carbohydrate from the woods as for the forest biomass for the single cell proteins, where we're using torula. And of course, this was all done You can see it, I think, a little better on this slide, which shows you first the producers we had, 4 producers, 1 producing algae, 1 producing single cells, 2 producing insects. And then we were focusing on the production, on the characterization, optimization, and then we had a number of food industry partners where we were looking at food applications and product development, both for food and for feed. And also in between, we were doing things like environmental and economic impact assessment and looking at the risk involved. And then the final part of our project consisted of looking at the market side, the consumer acceptance and the market for the products that we were producing. So we were not focusing as much on safety as perhaps in the previous project that was being introduced here today. So let's look at the main results we had. We had production and optimization, 12 tons of proteins produced. We had scales up, incredible scale up in some of the SMEs that were taking part in the project. And we had application in food products. We had development, like I said. We were testing storage and consumers and the acceptability among consumers. We ended up having 2 products which will probably be sold in the market, one in Iceland and one in Sweden. We also were looking at the feed possibilities, application in feed, both for broilers in Turkey and in aquaculture. And very promising, but I will look at the challenges a little later on. There is no product there which is being marketed as such. We were also looking very much into the consumer side. And we were doing surveys in many countries, totaling 6,600 consumers. In general, consumers were very positive and open, but sometimes they did not really know what to think. And there are challenges to get consumers to accept protein ingredients from insects, like crickets, for instance. We had crickets and we had black soldier fly. They do accept the product, provided taste is similar, and they can trust that they are not being misled. And they do, of course, expect that these products are sustainable and that we respect animal and human health. They are more willing to accept alternative proteins in feed, but they're quite hesitant when it comes to food. And that is not something that surprised us very much. So the challenges we faced. First of all, it was the COVID-19 period. Our project, like all these projects, these 4 that started in the wave in 2019, had the opening kickoff meeting in October, I think, in 2019. And then we didn't see each other until at the end in October 2022. So a long time passed without us meeting. We had to make do with online meetings, and it did hamper us. But we did not extend the project, and it is being completed now on time. So that was a bit difficult. But what else? We did a risk analysis, and we were looking at the value chain of the proteins, and we were asking, okay, what is the problems in each step of the production, all the way from beginning right to the end. And in addition, we asked some other questions, more general. One of the things that came up again and again in our conversations, not just with people inside the project, but we also interviewed people outside the project, was funding. Accessibility to funds, not necessarily in the very beginning, but in the next step, when you have secured funding for the first part and you want to continue. And that was a real difficulty. Such a difficulty did we indeed encounter in our project, because one of the 4 protein producers that was taking part in the project in the beginning went bankrupt. So it does not exist anymore. They were producing crickets in Finland. There was also problems for the insect feeders of accessing feed at the right price, the right quality, the right quantity. Sometimes also getting availability of inputs that might qualify as sustainable, like, for instance, energy, electricity, for instance. No organic certification for insects exists at the moment. And for those 2, for the 3 producers that remained in the project, 2 of them regarded the scale of possibilities very limited. You could, of course, increase the quantity of, for instance, insects produced by having more production facilities. and another one possibly had some scale-up possibilities. On the regulatory side, well, we overcame all the challenges we faced there. There was no request for novel food authorization in our project. But everyone that we talked to talked about these general challenges, the improving the balance between regulation and innovation within Europe, strengthening financial incentives and support, not least for firms that are engaged, small firms which are pushing for EFSA authorization, develop a top-down approach whereby the authorities would determine which proteins should be emphasized, what production should be emphasized, and then laying down the law regarding quality and how you should go about producing those proteins. It would not exclude, of course, the present situation where firms do it themselves directly and there is a bottom-up approach, but it might help. Structure a more comprehensive policy together with the farm-to-fork policies and other policies the European Union has in place. Speed up authorization of novel food, like we said before, and then globally harmonized regulation all over the world, because one can regard the regulation system in Europe as a trade barrier. The challenge is when we were looking at the products, the feed problem was that they liked the feed, but it was just too expensive. And it was not being produced in enough quantity because they are small producers. So they was produced in batches, mostly for trials. And if you have big aquaculture farms that need a lot of feed, then that is not going to be good enough. The products for food, there were problems there we had sometimes with smell, with taste, with texture, with color. Many of these were overcome, but it was difficult in cases to mask this. And of course, consumers they know what they have, and they want the alternative to be close to what they have. And that can be difficult. What we hope we could do is somehow boost consumer acceptance. This is a major challenge for many protein producers. We need to provide information on toxicology, microbiological and chemical safety, nutritional value, sustainability, quality. And stakeholders all through the chain can collaborate to provide this robust scientific information. But at the same time, we need the authorities to guide consumer choices. We need possibly some kind of interventions and nudging, help bridge the gap between alternative proteins and other. I was at a meeting last week and they were talking about why do we always call this alternative proteins? I mean, that makes it look like meat is the real thing and we are producing something that is not quite as good, but is an alternative. Why don't we simply drop this alternative? But that's another story. We can think about that later. And then, of course, we have to make these sustainable options more affordable. And that there are various incentives and tax policies that could be implemented. Looking at the consumers and markets more, we need to somehow try to change the value proposition of firms, not just the price. It is not just the price of a protein that we are offering. We are offering something more, quality, functionality. There's a lot of health claims, sustainability issues that we need to bring to the table and get people to focus more on than just the price. There is one partner raised the possibility of carbon credit transactions, so you could transfer the carbon credits from producing these to other industries, possibly. As a part of the project, we did a futuristic, or rather future projection of what could happen. We did kind of a scenario building. We had 3 scenarios. One, which is pretty much business as usual, where you have the food sector dominated by the policies of today and the big partners in the food industry. And it is very difficult if you expect that to continue as it is for alternative protein producers or products to break into the market. But if we get a more, if we might call it a slight paradigm shift towards greater how shall I say it, to get people to be thinking more about sustainability, then of course we would believe that some of the proteins in our projects at least could enter the general larger market. And of course, in a case where we have a shortage of food, which we already have in many places throughout the world, then I suppose people would accept anything that they could get their hands on. And in that case, of course, alternative proteins would be in a completely different position. And we also need to be aware of the fact that in a world like this, these are innovative firms, and not all innovative firms survive. And that is something we really have to think about. So what is the critical role of these alternative proteins in shaping the future of our food systems? Well, we know they have a smaller environmental impact than others. They are part in meeting this increased protein demand. They have a huge market potential, but they need help from others. There is this transition challenge ahead of us, and we have to be aware that good things, they happen slowly. I mean, this transition is not going to take place in a few years. This is an ongoing shift, and it may take decades for it to sort of run its course. We have to think about affordability, that they must be competitive, and when timing, because the key thing here as we see it is that it's on the demand side. Demand must be ready for these new proteins, because if you put into the market products, no matter how good they are, if the timing is wrong, they will not be a market success. So that is something to think of. So how are we to go about doing that? We have to educate consumer. We must encourage collaboration between partners. We must invest in research and development. And we must change the regulations to allow these new proteins to get a stronger presence in the market. And that, I think, is what the impact of this project is, to sort of showing that the proteins that we were developing in our project, they can contribute to this transition. I think I have come to the end of my time. The other impact I would mention, of course, is the Horizon for Proteins. There we have the 4 original partners, but of course 3 more joined this year. And I'll leave you with wishing you all an alternative protein-rich future. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Svein?
Good morning. Do you think that the alternative proteins will impact on the already existing protein sources in the same way transversally, or will impact in some sectors more and in some sector less? For example, in considering the amount, on the price, or the time of obtaining the actual proteins. Thank you. And sorry, second, and thank you very much for the picture before from Bologna rice cake. I'm from Bologna. Yes. Okay, thank you. I've realized this.
We were there in October. Very lovely meeting we had there with our partners. I think that the question of who is going to produce these proteins and in which sector of the economy is a little bit unclear, because if you want them to break into the larger market, you need to have a kind of a shift. Now, we have in Europe, for instance, the Common Agricultural Policy, and we have the Farm to Fork policy. We are looking for a protein strategy that will hopefully be developed next year. So we have these instruments there. But currently, for instance, the Common Agricultural Policy is very much geared towards traditional agricultural products. Now, do we expect those farmers that are engaged currently in that to shift to alternative proteins? They could, but they would need massive investments, because they might experience loss of income. There might be a need for investment in agriculture, in know-how, in finding new markets. So it's not going to be easy for that particular group of producers who are currently producing protein of other form to shift into this. If we are going to do that, then of course we would have to restructure a little bit of our support systems. If we, on the other hand, and this is of course where the large market is, so if we don't go that way, then somehow we have to make it possible for small, medium-sized firms that are producing proteins to break into the general market, so to say, from another direction, like an emerging market and a niche market. And you don't want them. A niche market is like a word meaning that you're stuck there for ages. So somehow you have to lift them out of that position. And that you have to do, on the one hand, through supports by leveling the playing field as regards to incentives and taxes in the food market, and on the one hand, and encouraging support for firms that are engaged in research and development, but also very much so on the consumer side. And I think the consumer side is something that we really have to think a lot about, because unless we get consumers to accept these new proteins and the idea of eating these proteins, we will never be able to break through in the market. So I think that is a very, very important issue. I hope I have somehow answered your question.
Yeah, thank you very much for the nice presentation. You mentioned during the presentation that there were trials on broilers and turkeys.
Yeah.
Yeah. You said you were going to show some results later, and yeah, I could not see.
No, I was
at
not
the end
going
of
to show these results.
Okay.
No, I was not thinking about that.
Okay.
Those are technical
secondly,
issues.
Okay. Has there been any trials in the area of pigs or ruminant animals?
There were animals, let me see now, there were broilers. I don't recall pigs. No, I don't recall pigs. But I think they have a license. They are allowed to use some of these proteins for feed for pigs. But I don't think they had pigs.
Okay. What about for ruminant animals?
We had broilers and we had aquaculture, I think.
Okay.
I may be wrong, but I'm pretty certain we didn't have pigs.
So no, for example, cattle or...
No cattle.
Okay.
Nothing like that.
Okay.
No.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you for the interesting presentation. I'm Christine Yung-Hong from Ghent University. And one of the challenges of insect protein compared to other alternative proteins would be the feeling of disgust among consumers. And that's something I found quite interesting, and I also don't know how we can overcome this, because by giving them information, probably they will not feel less disgusted about certain products. What do you think about that?
I think it's going to be extremely difficult. I was speaking to a friend of mine in the project, and she told me that she'd been to a tasting course. And one of the things that they did in the tasting course was they took an insect. It was not, of course, raw, but it had been prepared in some way, but it was still whole. And she put it in her mouth, and she sort of was rolling it around on her tongue, and she could feel the feet and the wings. And when you have that, and I asked her, because I was kind of curious, I asked, and did you feel disgusted? And she said, no. But she's used to these things. She comes from this background. But I was thinking to myself, this kind of experience, I mean, I'm not certain that very many people, not even in here, could cope with that. So the idea that you are consuming something like that, of course, is a bit frightening. That's why I think the avenue into the feed business would possibly be, into the food business would possibly be through feed. But there again, we run into problems of prices. So unless we have to find a way of reducing the prices, or we have seen this in some other industries, like for instance in fisheries, where we have seen a lot of emphasis on fish that has been certified in some way, and certification becomes a key to the market. It doesn't necessarily affect the price, but it affects access to the market. And I think in that respect, we saw the consumer side setting the demands, and we should hope that something similar would be here. And that's why I said we have to change a little bit the value proposition and focus more on other issues than just the price.
Do you believe that for your products if it contains like insects, it should be advertised and consumers should be warned, or does it suffice that on your label you have contains insect proteins?
I don't know. It's one thing I have to say is when you are producing information to consumers, you have to be honest and you have to be fair. So everything that you think is going to have, I mean, you don't want to sell a product saying you shouldn't buy this, but there is a middle ground somewhere.
Thanks for the presentation. Another main driver for consumer acceptance, you were pointing at the need to trust that it is safe.
Yeah.
Have you explored whether the trust is different depending on the source of the information? Is it the experts they trust, regulators?
No, we don't. I don't think we went that far into it. No, I don't recall seeing a question on that. No, but that's a very, very good point.
Good morning. One question on the target, on the objectives. Traditional agriculture will continue.
Yeah.
There is a strong pressure to decrease meat in their average daily alimentation. So, what percentage of which food do we want to replace or add to existing practice?
We have seen this interest in reducing consumption of red meat. We have seen this interest on a more healthy diet. I think my understanding is that the acceptance of alternative proteins, if I may call it that, and this interest in these novel proteins is higher among younger people. So in a sense, I think possibly older people will be less receptive to this. So it will be, the onus will be a little bit on the younger generation to shift this forward. But what exactly, I don't think that, there are two things we have to remember. Not everyone will be having access to other proteins than traditional proteins that we still have today. They may be still expensive, but also just from geographical locations. So that's one thing we have to think about. And the other thing is that we can perhaps expect it to completely replace alternate meat proteins, for instance, throughout Europe. They will be there, but we do hope that we will be able to possibly change the, I don't know, consumption a little bit by introducing it, I suppose, all over. I don't think we should target specific pockets of consumption, but I think we need to do it more generally. I hope that answers something. But it's a fussy thing, you know. You're talking about the need to replace or complement, and you are asking where, and I say, well, that depends.
Another question? No?
I was just wondering, you know, you presented that the price is still high and that insect, as we said for algae yesterday, they are providing more than proteins.
Yeah.
But then you said we should not target niche market, otherwise we will not make the difference in the end. I really agree about that, but that's a little contradiction, you know.
It is. And I suppose the question is, you know, because if you think of this as having a big general food market and a niche market, and then you want to somehow break out of the niche market, you know, slot and into the more general market, and that can be very, very difficult. So some firms may remain in the niche for a long, long time, and possibly those that remain in the niche, they may not survive because they're not big enough to be sustainable. So that is a problem, but that's why we say if you have an increased emphasis generally on sustainability, that may enable the niche firms to go into the large market. If there is scarcity of food, quite simply, then also that could help them. So there needs to be some kind of shift in the general landscape of things in society if you want that to happen, and we have to think about how can we enable that transition.
Yeah, I agree. It's a long way.
It is a long way.
Yeah, it will not happen tomorrow.
No.
But I think that, that's a good point not to target niche market. Otherwise, we will not make the difference really from the environmental point of view also.
Yeah.
And the other point is that in the end, everyone knows my opinion because we talked about that even in ProFuture. But I think we cannot ask the consumer to pay for sustainability. It's not something. It's not fair. Otherwise, we will select, target people that can buy sustainable food.
Yeah.
And that's not fair.
Yeah. Yeah. That is a question of equity, because if you expand on that a little bit, if you relate that to being a more healthy product than other products, then you might cause a divergence between those that have money and are of better health and those that have less money and are not as healthy. And you don't really want to go that way.
Okay, thank you very much also for the interesting discussion. We're going to continue now with Paul Voss. Paul Voss is expertise leader, nutrition quality and health at Wageningen Food and Bio-Based Research, and he's the coordinator of the EU Giant Leaps project.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. It's great to continue on the back of this discussion that we've just had, because within Giant Leaps, we try to give answers to many of these complex questions. So, let me present you our project. The Giant Leaps project is a research and innovation action that has just started last year. So we're still in the early phase. It's a bit a long title, but at least we try to have an integrated view on all the elements that play into alternative proteins on both the sustainability side as well as on the health side. And we focus solely on human food applications. So that is also, of course, feed is not part of our scope. And it's great that we can build on the original Horizon for Proteins project. So in a sense, we stand on the shoulders of giants as well as microalgae. And I guess the partners also of the original Horizon for Proteins project are involved in our project as well. So we try to build on information that is their knowledge that has been generated in our project. You can see the partners here. We have 34 partners. It's quite a large project scattered all around Europe. It's also a Canadian partner in there. So that is what we do the project with. I guess with what is clear to all of you and all of us, also just relating to the discussion we've just had, that the protein transition or sustainable food system transition is a very complex issue. And we try to address all the different elements that play into that. And Giant Leaps tries to fill knowledge gaps in relation to data that is missing and that is important. We try to develop or improve methodologies to speed up processes, and we work on innovations to make available to make alternative proteins available in food products that can be eaten at large scale. So in the end, we want to then make an integrated assessment of the potential of alternative proteins. And the ambition is, and this links a bit to the question earlier, to achieve already by 2030, we have defined to be at a mix of 50% of alternative protein intake versus more traditional animal intake. That may be very ambitious, but we at least hope to play into the transition from where we are now, around 60 to 70% animal protein intake and 30% other intake, to shifting that around on the long term. So, as I mentioned, we try to have a very integrated approach. This is a schematic overview of the setup of our project. We focus a lot on stakeholder involvement and getting all the relevant perspectives, also getting engagement and input from all the relevant players throughout the different sectors that I mentioned here. And then in the middle of the slide, you can see the different, expertise areas that we address. So we try to fill environmental gaps, improving sustainability assessment. We focus on health gaps and focus on digestibility, the availability of co-nutrients and benefits that alternative protein sources can bring. The toxicology and potential allergenicity is very important, so the safety aspects are very important. And within these areas, we focus mostly on method development and filling knowledge gaps. But then also, as was discussed, consumers need to want to eat products with alternative proteins. So consumer acceptance is also one of the necessary conditions to make the transition successful. So that's an important focus of our project. And then more the food technology side of things, so getting alternative proteins into products that can be produced and consumed at scale. And across these different expertise areas, we want to gather data that is generated within the project, as well as external data into a data platform that can be used within the project, but also offer that information to external parties. And then with all that data, the most integrated output that we hope to achieve with the project is to define what future diets could look like in Europe. So what role can alternative proteins play into that? What sources can be used in what type of food products? And then to optimize that for sustainability or environmental impact and health impact. So it has both these elements, the sustainability focus and the health focus. And as this session is about policy, the most important goal of this project is actually to inform policymakers and then also other stakeholders. So also that is a very important focus of Giant Leaps. We focus on many different alternative protein sources and categories. I won't go into the details, but we try to also have impact on different timescales. So we try to collect data on alternative protein sources where there's already a lot of data and not so many data gaps or knowledge gaps, because there you can have the fastest impact. On the midterm, we focus on 9 protein sources that are mentioned in the next slide, where we aim to do, for instance, innovation on the food technology, so where we can have impact on the midterm. And on the long term, we want to focus more on methodology development and speeding up the process of getting alternative proteins ready for applications in human food, both from safety and regulatory side, as well as from the, I guess, other relevant aspects. All with the idea that we need to have diet impact to have environmental and health impact. So we really focus on things that can have large-scale impact in European diets. These are the protein sources that we focus on in this midterm view. So 9 protein sources, 5 of them plant-based: faba bean, lentil, oat, quinoa, and rapeseed. We focus on microalgae, chlorella specifically. We focus on single-cell bacterial proteins, crickets as an exemplar of the insect category, and on uncultured beef for cultured meat. For the last category, still supply of materials very limited, so what we can do experimentally there will also be a bit limited. Just very briefly, this is our work package structure. So you can see the work package 1 on the left-hand side. This is the part where the consumer research is done, also where the engagement with stakeholders happens. And there's lots of links to the more experimental work packages. So as you can see, work package 2 on the food processing and food technology, work package 3 on the safety elements, risk assessments, digestibility and health in work package 4, and sustainability in work package 5. These experimental data feed into our data platform, as I mentioned, also where we will also try to collect existing data in the public domain. And then in work package 7, these future scenarios and modeling approaches will be taken to see what future dietary scenarios could work in Europe. And where this will not be just one, I'd say, scenario for all of Europe, but it will be split into 4 regions. So basically the northeast, southwest regions will be defined to try to have at least some, I'd say, a specification or that, well, there's not one size fits all approach across all of Europe. And then, of course, the more organizational and communication focused work packages. As I mentioned, we are just starting out, but a lot of work has been done in the first year. A pilot on consumer insight has been done in Switzerland, and the findings of this will be used to do much more in the 4 countries around Europe to be, I'd say, more indicative for the 4 regions in Europe. A lot of work has been done on collecting and characterizing alternative protein ingredients to also do the food processing with. A analysis of current dietary intake in Europe has been done. And then this information will be used for the modeling approaches. We will do a human study. I didn't mention it before, but in our work package 4, we will develop in vitro methods for digestibility analysis and to, I'd say, improve current methodologies, but also do a human study to validate that and to bring further detail on 2 selected ingredients. And actually, microalgae is one of the protein categories that is selected for that. Importantly, on the safety side, as an intermediate deliverable, we will develop risk assessment scenarios for 5 selected protein categories, because we think that the relevant risk assessment and information that is needed differs per protein category, and that's very important to create more clarity and guidance on that. And then, as I mentioned, policy advice is a very important output for our project. So we will develop at least 9 policy briefs in the areas that are mentioned on the slide. And therefore, it's also very interesting to have the discussion and to build on what is already developed here in the current Horizon for Proteins projects. And then lastly, I want to mention that we have a stakeholder board, so with lots of stakeholders outside our consortium. So far, we have 40 organizations in there, and we're also looking to extend it. So if you're in the room and you're of interest to connect to our project, or if you know partners that are relevant in this field, either in industry or in the policy area or other relevant areas, we are very much looking to connect. For instance, also to consumer organizations that we want to address but have not yet linked with. And with that, I want to thank you for your attention.
Are there any questions? The online questions? No?
There's a question over here.
Yes.
Paul, the project is very much targeting policy and changing the diet of people in Europe. Is there like also a democratic approach to it, meaning there will be decision to be taken for the people? So have you considered the role of citizen in this policy making to make sure that the change that will be done in the diet is chosen, accepted, disseminated, and there will not be a reaction of saying no, we don't want this, we have not been associated with the change?
Yes, that's a very relevant and good question. The approach that we have taken in the project is to do quantitative consumer research rather than doing specific co-creation with consumers. Since we work across such a diverse range of proteins, we thought that this was the best basis to build our project on from the, I'd say, the consumer side. But the acceptance and the cultural, I'd say, relevance of alternative proteins and products in which alternative proteins can be incorporated is very much within scope of our consumer research work in our work package 1. So that is very much in focus of our the tasks and work that is done in the project, and of course. No one is forced into any future diet, but what we want to do is to uncover what could be realistic scenarios where actually alternative protein use is, or applications of alternative proteins hopefully will be accepted by consumers as good as we can predict, of course, in advance, because that is always, there will be elements that you cannot predict, but we want to be as close as possible to insights that we can get from consumers to make recommendations on that basis, rather than on a basis of, well, the research only.
Okay, we have time for one more question.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. In the risk assessment and scenarios that you will have in the project, are you going to explore as well new approach methodologies, alternatives to animal testing and things like this?
Yes, that is also part of our work package 2. For time reasons, I didn't want to go into all the details of the work packages, but we are looking both at in silico predictions as well as in vitro assays to try to how to say, assess as early on in an optimal way whether there is a risk of allergenicity and whether that is in the cross-reactivity or more in de novo sensitization. So those are two elements that are being addressed. And in addition, what we're also doing is to try to have more of a post-market surveillance mechanism set up so that we can improve the very early allergenicity risk indications, as well as after I'd say products are introduced to the market, we can see more what happens in the market, because such a mechanism does not yet exist like it does for the pharma industry.
Okay, then thanks a lot, Paul.
Thank you.
So we have another project that joined recently our Horizon for Proteins group, which is Like a Pro. And I would like to ask Morena Silvestrini to the stage. She works at a technology center in Spain. Holds a PhD in chemical sciences with a focus on electrochemistry and electrochemical biosensor for health applications.
Thank you. Thank you. How can I just move the slides? Is this one? Yes. Okay. 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 So thank you. Thank you for inviting me to this final conference of ProFuture project. And yeah, today I'm going to present Like a Pro project. And I will try to stay in the time limit I have for the presentation. I must say that the project started in November last year, so I'm not going to present any results today, but just introduce you main objectives of the project and also the activities to be performed during the next years. So we are 42 partners from 17 countries. 13 European countries and 4 affiliated countries, and we are working together to mainstream alternative proteins and products to make them more available, acceptable, and to everybody and everywhere. Okay, so we really want to facilitate and accelerate this protein shift, offering a wide range of of alternatives to attract consumers' interest. For that, we have set these main objectives. First, we really need to understand what determines the consumer behavior, their needs, their eating habits, their expectations. And from this information, we are going to diversify our alternative proteins and products in order to increase also their availability in European markets. In parallel, we are also going to empower middle food system actors to make alternative proteins an easy and economically viable choice. And as a fourth objective here, we always need to ensure that all the products, all the developments of the projects are in line with regulatory and ethics requirements. So these are our main objectives for the LICAPRO project. So, for that, we are going to achieve these main objectives and overcome all our challenges through these 4 main clusters of activities. So the first cluster is about food environment understanding. Here we really need to understand what consumers want and need. In this sense, cluster 2 is about the diversification and development of different alternative proteins products. Cluster 3 is looking at engaging middle food system actors in the project, and cluster 4 is about impact and regulatory assessment. So these are main clusters of activities in LICAPRO. So as I've just mentioned, cluster 1 is about food environment understanding and optimization. In this sense, we already started assessing and understanding what are the key determinants of consumers' choices of alternative proteins. And soon we will start engaging consumers in our project through living labs and intervention behavioral pilots activities. Regarding determinants of choosing alternative proteins by consumers, we already conducted two different systematic reviews. The first one more focused on better understanding consumer attitude, behaviors in the context of their socio-economic position. And in parallel, we also conducted a second systematic review just to see and to understand what are the entry points, the barriers to promote the alternative protein intakes in different food environments. And soon, I just mentioned, we are going to start engaging consumers through living labs and intervention pilots. So in this sense, we are going to engage approximately 3,000 citizens in living labs in 11 European countries, and in parallel, we will engage and involve more citizens in intervention pilots with the main objective of promoting different pathways to design effective food environments that are going to facilitate the dietary shift, the protein shift. Second cluster is about diversification and development of the protein products. So we already started optimizing the production of different ingredients from 7 protein sources shown here. We also started assessing and evaluating the protein functionality of those ingredients for food application. And once the ingredients are optimized and assessed and analyzed, we will start with the formulation of the food products that will start next year in February. With that ingredients, we are going to start formulation of different food products that can be grouped in these four groups here, shown here. So we are going to produce power food and drink supplements, meat and fish analogs, hybrid meat products, and convenience food like ice cream, smoothies, and snacks. Third cluster is looking at empowering, as I said, middle food system actors. So we are going to engage stakeholders via co-creation and capability building session, just to get inputs and feedback from them that can be useful for other project activities, and also useful feedback for us to design specific exploitation pathways for our project results. And in parallel, we are also going to involve them in capability building session, just to empower them on how to integrate alternative proteins in food production mainly. And we already engage 15 members of the food actor network, covering 14 groups of the value chain represented from 15 countries, and with good gender balance here. And last cluster is about impact and regulatory assessment. So here we need to ensure that all the products and developments in the project will bring positive changes in terms of health and sustainability, of course. So for that, we are going to perform an analysis of marketability and sustainability of the products we are going to obtain in the project. We will also identify barriers, drivers in different operational environments. We will perform true price assessment of the products, and we also produce a nutritional fact sheet. And last but not least, we will continuously monitor regulatory compliance of the products, and also we will continuously ensure that all the project activities are in line with ethics requirements. And this is just a short overview of the safety assessment plan for the project, in which we consider aspects like nutritional factors, microbiological and chemical hazards. We also perform toxicity and allergenicity assessment and absorption evaluation. So here just a few numbers about the project. As I've just mentioned before, the project started in November last year, involving 42 partners from 17 countries. And here the general overview of all the partners involved in the project, that are basically covering all the entire value chain of alternative proteins. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Morena. Are there any questions?
Yeah, I saw that you have a lab experience planned. It's in the first task of the project, so it's before you really develop your food product, let's say. What do you mean with? In the first task you presented, you want to do some lab experience, so they invite people to come visit.
No, it's not a lab experience, but there are perhaps you refer to the activities with consumers. In this sense, we are going to involve them in let's say the living lab activities, during which we are going to ask them questions, for example, just to know what are their attitudes, habits, and behaviors with food. So that kind of sort of information that we need for the following development of food products in order to adapt our products to their needs. But in principle, we are not going to test any food during living labs activities with consumers. It's just an interaction with them, mainly asking questions. Yeah.
It's not technical, so they will just.
It's not technical, no. But it is sure that at the end of the project, during the pilots with them, we are also planning to taste some of the products that we are going to obtain. Yeah, but just at the end of the project.
Thank you. Okay. Any more questions? Otherwise, thank you very much. And our next speaker is Richard Lynch from Chagask. He's a research officer and he will present the Valpro Path projects. Unfortunately, he couldn't join either, but he left us a message.
Hello, my name is Richard Lynch and I am the project manager of the European-funded project Valpro Path. Valpro Path is an acronym for New Value Landscapes for Plant Protein Pathways. And the project itself was funded by Horizon Europe under Cluster 6 funding call to develop sustainable and competitive land-based protein crop systems and value chains. So if you ask the question, why do we need Valpro Path? Well, as it stands, Europe's plant protein landscape is not fit for purpose. And what I mean by that is that there's a lack of premium supply chains which exist for primary producers, which means that they have financial instability and they lack independence. The reason for this, I suppose, is that there's a large focus as it stands to produce feedstuffs for the livestock sector across Europe, predominantly the pig and poultry sector, in a bid to try and counter the import of high protein content feeds. There's also a heightened societal awareness from consumers for alternative sources of dietary protein. And consumers are becoming more and more aware of the carbon neutrality of their product and the traceability of their product before they purchase it. So all of these factors need to be taken into account before we develop or design any new food system. So what do we need to do in the project? Well, I suppose we need to demonstrate, firstly, the potential of a select number of protein crops as pathways to new business models. So we need to focus on what is the right crop to grow in the right place, and then when that crop is grown, how do we market that crop in the right marketplace to develop the highest premium for that. We also need to evaluate any new and novel innovative processing techniques which could be implemented to add added value to our end products. And all the while, we need to be very vigilant that stakeholders are empowered to make this transition towards these new types of production systems. The crops of interest in Valpro Path are predominantly pulses. So we're focused on lupins, soybeans, chickpea, lentils, field peas, faba beans, and to a small extent, peanut. All of these crops are greater than 15% protein content. They are leguminous crops, so they can fix nitrogen freely from the atmosphere and are very beneficial to agriculture and to follow-on crops. They're highly suitable to the European climate, and of course, we hope that they will deliver a high premium potential for all the different actors in the supply. In terms of the different premium potentials that exist, I suppose there's two main market outlets. The first one is food. We know that protein crops can be very high in fiber, protein, and of course, vitamins and minerals. They can be low in cholesterol, and there's a lot of market to show that the plant-based food industry has grown very much so in the last 4 to 5 years. The latest figure I can get on this is that it's grown by 50% between 2018 and 2020. There's, however, a disparity in the fact that 1/3 of all the plant protein then that's consumed by European citizens is being imported. So I think there is a large gap here that we can exploit by improving our indigenous supply of plant protein crops into the food industry. For the feed sector, of course, we need to counter our reliance on imported feeds or imported high protein feeds such as our soybean and so on. And this graph clearly illustrates that there's a large reliance on the importation of soybean complex in the European Union. So we need to address many of the unanswered questions that the main actors in the supply chain have. And when I speak about the main actors, I'm talking about producers, processors, and food manufacturers. So the first, I suppose, actor really would have a number of questions related to the crop in terms of whether or not they would get a return from their crop if they do grow this crop. What is the best crop they could grow in their region? And how can they maximize the potential yield and quality of their crop? They also, in terms of processors, they need to know, is it worthwhile investing in a processing facility and can they get consistent supply of raw materials if they do set up that processing facility. Further on, then they'll need to know what technologies are useful to implement, the most up-to-date and latest technologies that can deliver the highest value to their end product. In terms of food manufacturers, they want to know what is the best market and is there even a market for plant-based products, and what products should I make to exploit that marketplace. They also need to know, is there a consistent supply of plant-based flours and isolates that they can formulate their products from. So the project itself, I suppose, is broken into 6 work packages, 5 of which are shown on your screen here. And all of the different tasks within those work packages interlinked. This is just a brief illustrative diagram to show you the different connections. But really what we're trying to cover is all aspects of the supply chain and go into great detail on how we can improve upon these as the project progresses. I'd just like to show you now in the following slides some of the main tasks which we were completing in the project. So one of the first tasks which we were undertaking is to evaluate the current plant protein production system and supply chain across Europe as it stands. So we're evaluating what the knowledge gaps and obstacles are out there at the moment, and what good practices are in place in Europe in terms of the value chain. We're doing this through a literature review, a number of expert interviews with key stakeholders in different areas of the value chain, and obviously stakeholder workshops are a very important part of this, where we can get a co-design approach to developing these novel value chains going forward. Another important activity is to develop an optimization model so we can determine where is the best location for a processing facility or a number of processing activities to plant proteins. And the reason we need to know this is that we can reduce our transport costs in transporting these raw materials or end products, and also reduce our environmental impact by doing so. But on top of this, there may be the opportunity to valorize potential side streams from some of these processing activities, and we really want to exploit those different valorization streams to make sure that we add as much premium to the supply chain as possible. So ultimately, as I said, we need to grow the right crop in the right place and have the right market for all the end products from that crop. One of the very important activities in the project will be to test a number of varieties of lupins, field pea, faba bean, chickpea, lentil and peanut in 5 different regions across Europe. So these are Ireland, Denmark, Germany, Italy and Portugal. And the ultimate aim of all of this will be to generate a database that's searchable and fully accessible to other researchers and breed companies, where this database will contain the phenotypic data, whether or not that variety was resilient to different abiotic stressors. And ultimately the aim will be that farmers can select the highest value crop based on the downstream value of that crop for their region to implement in their region. Another important activity in the project will be where we will evaluate different innovative processing approaches to some of our protein crops once we have grown them. So we're going to test the on-farm feasibility of pre-processing in terms of dehulling, milling and extrusion. We're also going to have a look at different methods to isolate the protein content from these crops, whether we use wet versus dry fractionization, and different ways of cooking this product, such as microwave processing. One of the main outputs of this task will also be to develop a nutrient tracking dashboard, and we will use infrared spectroscopy to do this at farm level, so that we can track nutrients the whole way through from field or farm level to fork. Within the project, we're also trying to evaluate end products that we could formulate from some of our plant-based protein crops. So we're looking at developing confectionery products using pea and bean flour, such as breads and pastas and plant-based beverages. And also, in addition, we're looking at different levels of inclusion into meat-based products to develop either hybrid or complete meat-free products. On top of this, we'd like to evaluate the sensory aspects of all of these products and that they stand up to consumer acceptance. And finally, the aim is to capture all of this information and develop a life cycle analysis of the economic, environmental and social benefits of all our supply chains and business models from farm to fork. Ultimately, the aim is to produce a number of sustainable business models which different actors in the supply chain, such as producers, processors and food manufacturers, can take up, and we can give them confidence to empower them to transition towards more plant-based protein production systems. So the project, just a brief overview, began in September the 1st, 2022. It runs for 4 years. It's roughly has received about €10 million in funding, and it has a good mix of industry and academic partners, with 22 partners in total. It's coordinated by Chagas, the organisation which I work in, which is the Irish Agriculture and Food Development Authority. If you require any further information on the project, please do not hesitate to either have a look at our website, which you can see the address for here, or contact myself or Ewan Mullins, the project coordinator, at the email addresses on your screen now. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks to Richard for this video message, and good luck to the 3 new projects. We have now one last presentation of a project which is Smart Protein, one of the founding members of the Horizon for Proteins Corporation. And this is Jacqueline Leon from University College of Cork in Ireland. And she holds a PhD in nutrition science with a focus on food portion sizes and diet quality. And yeah, I give the floor to you.
Thank you very much. So hi everybody, I'm Jacqueline Lyons, I'm from Cork in Ireland. So I'm going to talk about Smart Protein. And then at the end of that presentation, I'm just going to briefly talk through a couple of policy actions as well, which are connected to a joint policy brief that some of the Horizon for Proteins partners are putting together. Okay, just looking at Smart Protein. So similar to the other projects here, it's a 10 million Horizon 2020 funded project in the alternative proteins area. It's a quite wide-ranging project in scope, but one of the main aims throughout it would be to look at the development of alternative protein ingredients and products. It's a 4.5-year project, so we have 9 months left on it. It's led by Emanuele Zanini at University College Cork in Ireland. And like most of the projects here, it's a large, diverse consortium, so 32 partners from 14 countries, industry, academia, and NGOs. So we've basically got 8 technical work packages and a project management and coordination work package. So because we are close to the end of our project, I just decided to pick kind of one key result from each of the work packages, just to give you a sense of the work that's been ongoing. So work package 1 was a work package where we had agronomists, and they grew 4 different protein crops, which were chickpea, quinoa, fava bean and lentil, and they grew them using organic regenerative agricultural techniques at 7 different pilot farms across Europe, so in Ireland, Portugal, Poland, other places as well. And they looked at how the different protein crops grew with respect to yield and their resistance to disease, etc. So the work package leader, I asked for his conclusions this week, and he said fava bean and chickpea are the species with the best potential to produce organic protein in Europe, he feels. He also said that breeding of these protein crop species, our 4 chosen ones, need to target biotic stresses in particular to enhance their yield stability, so the attacks from pests and bacteria and fungi. And intercropping, so many different examples of this were used within this work package, but he gave the example of lentils plus oats. Intercropping will enhance farm resilience in regenerative agricultural systems. He said in terms of lessons learned, during this project and with all of the growing trials, that regenerative organic farming is challenging. However, he sees it as part of the solution to climate change variability. and acknowledges that protein crops provide more food in drought conditions. So with all of the variability in climatic conditions that we see, if you were to experience a lot of drought conditions going forward, that protein is actually well produced. Beans, for example, do well in drought conditions. In terms of opportunities, he feels that under pressure for consumers and with the new Common Agricultural Policy, this work package has observed increasing interest among farmers for protein crops. So that's interesting and positive to see that there seems to be a move towards diversifying, I guess, farming crops and things. Okay, so work package 2 then was all about plant protein processing and side stream upcycling. So it was looking at, again, the same 4 protein crops that we focus on in this project, so chickpea, lentil, quinoa, fava bean. And it was looking at what you could do in terms of processing fractions of these proteins, particularly in terms of side stream upcycling. So basically looking at byproducts from pasta making, brewing, and baking industries, from those 3 industries in particular, and looking at what you could do with some of the protein fractions plus some of those side streams. So this is result here from some sensory testing that was done recently on vegan nuggets, which have been prepared by one of the partners. The nuggets were basically based on pasta residues which were fermented. So this was done, you can see on the left there, you can follow the different sort of scale up of it. But basically, I suppose in the initial screening phase, there would have been various different mycelial things that would have been screened in terms of sort of the ones with the most potential in terms of taste and taking them forward into an ingredient. So they did find some things that seemed to be quite usable, scaled them up and are now at the point of making these sort of food prototypes and getting them to do internal sensory testing, which is very positive. And then the third work package was a little bit similar. It's called food processing, and it's about looking at, again, these 4 protein crops that we have, breaking them down into their different fractions and seeing whether they could be used in food products. So an example of one interesting food product that's being explored here would be infant formula using lentil protein isolate. But just to show a result here, this is a recently published study from this work package. And they took fava bean and they looked at the various technofunctional characteristics of fava bean protein isolates and their production side streams. So when they broke the fava bean into these different sort of component parts and looked at the side streams that are associated with that, they looked at this in terms of potential food applications and wrote a paper based on where they believe each of these fava bean fractions would best be placed in terms of product development. Work package 4 is about food, nutrition and health. One of the things that's going on in this work package is that we're just about to launch a human intervention study. The study is going to take people who are very fit and who go to the gym typically, and it's going to ask them to take basically either animal protein, plant protein or a placebo over time, over this kind of prescribed exercise regime, to look at the effect of the different protein types on muscle repair, muscle recovery, and also on markers of inflammation and also on the gut microbiota. So at the moment, we have sort of devised, or the people in this work package have devised, I suppose, the what they will need to feed the participants in this study. So they have a combination of pasta, crackers and beverages that they'll provide to them. And in terms of the plant protein, they're using lentil protein isolate coming from the project. So that'll be interesting to see what results come through on that. Work package 5 then is exploitation and business development, and we're at the end of the project, so it's good to see that there are some positive outcomes, I think, in this work package. I suppose can't say much either, but in terms of some business cases, so this work package would be assisting certain companies within the project with business cases, particularly when it comes to new ingredients that they might have developed that might be of use going forward. They're also helping with commercialization strategies for companies that might be a bit further on with new product development and have meat and fish analogues kind of in a good state. And also they would help with sustainability strategies, particularly for the partners who are trying to create things using side streams. So they've got a very circular process there already. So this team is helping them with their sustainability strategies. In terms of work package 6, then this is all about consumer studies. One of the key results from this would have been a report that was published in 2021, and it's available on the Smart Protein website, based on results from a big pan-European survey. And the survey was run across 10 or 12 countries, and it had thousands of responders. And it was looking at people's own self-reported views, attitudes, beliefs around plant-based diets, alternative proteins and that kind of thing. So it was a big survey, and one of the key findings was that 46% of the people there said that they identified as being flexitarian, or that they were actively trying to reduce their meat consumption, which is a big statistic. And interestingly, this same survey has been repeated in China this year within our project. So at the moment, they're just about to start analysing results from China, and then ultimately we'll compare the results, and it'll be very interesting to see, you know, in another huge population such as China, whether it bears any resemblance to what we saw here among the European consumers. So work package 7 then is dissemination and communication. We're lucky that we have a really good partner here, ProVeg International, based in Berlin, so they're very good. Our project website name is down there on the bottom left if you want to check it out, but there's always lots of different blog articles about different things being included there on the website. We also have a list of our scientific publications on the website. So at the moment, we've 14 listed there, and we aim to have 24 completed before the end of the project. But I can say with certainty it'll be absolutely 24, if not more, the way they're flying at the moment. And then we've lots of media mentions as well. So these are some of the ones that have come around in the last couple of months. So our dissemination team keeps us kind of abreast of this as well. And then the final technical work package would be sustainability assessment. So this is very important because one of the fundamental aims of the project would be to produce things that are, or to produce products and ingredients that are affordable, that are tasty, and that are sustainable. So we need to make sure that when you're producing something that it is sustainable. If you look at it in a whole life cycle way from its very origins right through to consumption and disposal at the end of the life cycle. So some results that were shared here for this meeting by our sustainability work package would be, if you look on the left there, these are results for the ecological impacts of 1 kg of organic protein crop farming. Again, looking at those 4 crops that we featured in this project, so fava beans, lentils, chickpea and quinoa, and they found that fava bean has got the least ecological impact. And then on the right-hand side here, these are results for ecological impacts of tempeh powder, both of these diagrams, based on different substrates. Again, the 4 protein crops that were involved within this project. So they found that in the top diagram there, if you were to look at the ecological impacts based on a mass basis, there's not much difference between any of the 4. But on the lower picture there, if you were to look at them based on a protein content basis, then you'd conclude again that fava bean has the lowest ecological impact. So fava bean is coming out as a very strong champion, I think, in this project. Okay, so just before I move on to talking a bit about the policy brief, are there questions on Smart Protein?
Thank you so much. That was really interesting. Thank you. I was just wondering on work package 1, is there any plan either as part of the project or after the project to help disseminate that information to farmers? Is that something you've considered?
Yeah, it's a good question. When I saw Valpro Path there, I took a photo of them and they're going to make a database. So we have all this data and the work package leaders have agreed to make it publicly available on a database because we're always pushing for kind of open access. it definitely will be. It's one of those things of just getting somebody to commit to putting an imperfect database up there and just to refine it into something. So there'll definitely be an open data set available for sure. And in fact, if you're to follow the project, you know, either the website probably we have a publications list, it'll be listed there. As to whether they're planning to publish, I don't know, publish scientific papers, I'm not sure within that work package, but I agree it's very important to make it available to farmers, you know, particularly in the different countries where these pilot trials were. It's very interesting. So yeah, hopefully we'll share a lot of it.
Hi, I was just wondering, how did you decide on the alternative protein sources you chose, and why were there no types of algae?
I can't answer that actually because I wasn't involved in the setup of the project and I'm just managing it. Because the agronomy work package is very strong and because these would be probably crops that they have experience with academically and things, I'd imagine that maybe was part of the basis. But I'm not sure, it's a good question.
Okay, it's going to be a very quick
Okay.
one. Is it on? Okay, yeah. Why did you choose China for repeating the consumer study?
I think partly because there's a link with China. So one of our team has a sort of a joint academic position between Ireland and China, and has that link. So he went there in the summer holidays this year and also launched a survey, you know, collected the data. So I think it was probably an opportunistic, you know, amplification of what we could do based on that connection. But it will be very interesting, I think, just to see. I asked him informally and he said already he feels it's quite a different mindset over there in terms of plant-based, so it'll make for an interesting kind of comparison.
Thank you.
Okay. How much time, how many minutes have we left for? I can make it 5. Perfect. Yep, that's fine. Okay. So the next few slides then are moving on from smart protein. And before we have a break and before we move into the policy section of the afternoon, I was just going to highlight a couple of points here that come up in a joint policy brief that some of the Horizon for Protein projects have been putting together. So I just want to try to explain the context of this. I suppose when Horizon for Proteins was the 4 original projects, so it was Smart Protein, Next Gen Proteins, Susan Chain and ProFuture, we engaged with the Horizon Results Booster service of the European Commission. And one of the things, we got to choose from a menu of things we'd get help with, and we said we'd get a policy brief, assistance with a policy brief. So we did that. So we got some help and we put together a policy brief, which was really in a draft form, you know, by the time that they'd finished engaging with us. That draft policy brief would be quite close to Smart Protein's own policy brief. So we did kind of take a lot of the original content, distill it down from the Smart Protein policy brief, which is a much more comprehensive document that was published in May of this year, and that's available online. So ours is a much more brief version, more concise. So we did take it to COP27 last year. There was a session we were invited to there, kind of a side event, and we did present the draft policy brief there as well for some feedback. But basically, just, I suppose, yeah, I probably shouldn't have moved the slide on. What I wanted to say was that I guess five of the Horizon for Proteins projects now, so the first 4 original projects, plus Like a Pro, are authors on this policy brief. ValProPath and Giant Leaps are not authors on it. They want to kind of create their own specific policy briefs. We're really, really open to feedback on it. So any points that stand out here as being totally off, we'd really like to know, because this isn't yet published, but we hope to publish it really, really soon, like maybe even next week, so that it can be an output for the projects who are finishing up this month. So that's the context. So we're here for some kind of final input from people. So in the policy brief, we just start by outlining the challenging context that the EU food systems landscape is facing, these various challenges that everybody will be familiar with. And then we sort of propose that alternative proteins could be a possible mitigating factor or a potential solution to some of these issues. We then go on to say that I suppose the current regulatory framework that exists isn't always positive when it comes to supporting the alternative protein sector, and that more could be done to make it a friendlier place, I guess, to launch these kind of companies and to make these choices easier for consumers as well. So how to create a positive policy framework then? So in our policy brief, we list 5 different points, which are listed here, and under each of them, we kind of have a suggestion for change or a suggested action in terms of, policy tweaks that we would like to see. But we do point out that a lot of the existing framework is already very good, and that these would be tweaks, really, if anything, just small changes that we could make to enhance the landscape. So really, really quickly, the first one is looking at labelling and marketing standards, and particularly we talk about the Food Information to Consumer 2016 regulation, which is very important and includes loads of information for consumers and food labels. 2 little points there. The second one is that it would be nice to also include some element of sustainability on food labels. So we have to put on the nutrition information, we have to put on the ingredients, the allergens. Is it time to include something by law that has to be there on sustainability? There's lots of different ways you could approach that, but it would be good to include that as a kind of an official feature at this point. The other smaller point there is that there may be room within this regulation to include definitions of vegan and vegetarian food products that are very clearly defined, and I think this has been suggested, I think, by the European Commission at some point as well, that it should be probably included within this regulation. So that's just another small point there. It would help food producers, might help consumers too. Second point is in relation to public food procurement. There's a lot of food publicly procured across the EU every day. The whole point here being that if you could kind of, if you could sort of make this a slightly more sustainable, maybe more plant-based, to include some alternative proteins, if it could look a little bit more like that, then you could have a really big effect, because when you think of all the tons of food every day that are publicly procured, for example, in the EU, if you could make a change in that, you could have a really, really big impact without actually asking consumers to do anything. So this could be a really, really strong one. The World Health Organization has commented that this is like an under-tapped resource, like this should definitely be used, to tweak our food environment. Okay, so there is a public procurement regulation in the EU. So anybody who's tendering for, a catering company, for example, they have to refer to this regulation, but price is still the main criterion. So we would be suggesting here that there would be something within this public procurement regulation to do with sustainability, without maybe saying exactly what that should be. Like maybe it should be a minimum amount of plant-based foods included. Maybe that's not the way to do it, but that there should be some sort of element of sustainability put into this regulation, so that when the tenders are put out, that people are obliged to kind of meet this criteria and to be good in terms of sustainability. A smaller point within it then is to have another look at the organic foods regulation from 2007 and to see whether fortified plant-based foods could not be eligible for organic certification, because at the moment something that's fortified can't be considered something that can be organically certified. But then if there were organic requirements, I guess, within the sustainability part of the public food procurement directive, then this might be a barrier then to including plant-based foods if they couldn't meet the organic kind of objectives there, if that makes sense. The next one is about tax. So taxes in general are a national matter for each of the EU countries, but that's a little bit different when it comes to VAT. VAT is regulated through EU directives. Okay, this is about, I suppose, sometimes when you have like a plant-based product versus it's a dairy product. So for example, you have dairy milk and then you have maybe oat-based milk. Sometimes the VAT in certain European countries is much, much higher, like multiple times higher on the plant-based one than it is on the dairy one. So this is about looking at VAT rates and seeing whether anything can be done here to sort of make it a more level playing field. So since last year, I think member states can put a limit of 5% VAT on certain types of products. There's a list of these products, and sustainable plant-based whole foods would be included here. it's not mandatory to keep the VAT that low, but they can do it. But apparently not many countries really are doing that. So what might be nice to see here would be EU-wide maximum equal VAT rates for plant-based products and animal-sourced foods, meaning that if you say, okay, 5% VAT, for example, is the most that we can put on something that has a plant-based and a traditional equivalent, so that you can't have the situation where oat-based milk, you know, in Italy, like, has a very, very, very high VAT rate. So you can't have that situation where it becomes a more equal VAT situation. You could further encourage member states to establish 0% VAT rates for plant-based whole foods in a bid to encourage their consumption among consumers. And you could try to have plant-based products included in the list of specifics, goods and services that are benefiting from EU VAT reduced rates. So I don't know enough about tax to get, you know, any further into this at all, but I guess there are ways to sort of to tweak the VAT rules there, maybe to sort of try to benefit the plant-based whole foods. Nearly there. So this one is about just certain support measures that we could include, including some to do with research. One would be to have another look maybe at the EU's agricultural promotion policy, and to include plant and alternative protein-based food innovations here, to see if these products could be also considered eligible for promotion under the agricultural promotion programme. Another one, and it came up today a little bit as well, was just to sort of look at the CAP again in the framework of national rural development programmes. And as people said here earlier, you know, local farmers in Ireland are not going to diversify without, you know, a strong incentive to do so. So maybe just taking like more time to look at this and to see what exactly needs to be done to help these farmers to diversify into other types of farming. Okay, and then there's a point here about, you know, potentially more of the European Commission funding could go towards plant-based and alternative protein innovation, since this area still has to significantly develop. And then very lastly, and again it's been mentioned earlier, but our very last point in the policy brief is about revising the novel foods regulation. One of the big problems with it is that it's sort of a barrier to innovation in some senses, because it's such a cumbersome, long, expensive, difficult process to get through. So I see it in our project, people are terrified of having a novel ingredient, because it's the last thing they want to do, is to have to go through this process. So it would be interesting to look at this as well, and to see what can be done to streamline this process, or to bring it in line with what the innovators need. So I think we're coming back after coffee to talk more about that.
Yeah, thanks so much, Jacqueline. Yeah, and indeed, after the coffee break, Laurent Mercier from DG Agri is going to comment on our policy brief. And now it's time for coffee. We meet back in about 20 minutes, so 10 past 11. And again, it's downstairs in the first floor.
Hello, welcome back everyone. Hope you had a nice break. So next up we have Monsieur Laurent Mercier. Laurent Mercier is from DG Agriculture, Agriculture and Rural Development from the European Commission. He has a background in... Okay, you know it better actually. I'm sorry. He has a background as a lawyer and a computer scientist and started working for the Director General Agriculture of the European Commission in the 90s. And I think that's it, and I leave you the word.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me. And first of all, good morning. And to be honest, I even asked to participate to this session because I always found inspiring to hear of progress of research projects linked to alternative proteins. I also wanted to take the opportunity of this session to inform you on the ongoing work of the Commission to develop an EU plant protein policy and to react to your policy brief on alternative proteins. Over the last years, the Commission took major policy initiatives for the development of plant protein, not only in the context of the CAP of Horizon research programs, but also in the context of the Farm to Fork strategy and its ambitious targets on the reduction of fertilizer use and the increasing of organic farming. The European Commission adopted legislative initiatives and worked on the setting up of tools to reduce protein dependency also. While all those major initiatives and different work streams are likely to bring positive development on plant proteins, the Commission considered that we need to do more and announced in its food security communication in March 2022 its intention to review the policy and priorities identified in the 2018 report on the development of plant protein in the EU. I am now in a difficult position of someone working on a report of the Commission that has not yet been adopted, and at the same time who wants to participate actively in a meeting that will discuss topics to be covered by the report. But still, what I can certainly say is that this review will have a comprehensive scope. Looking at the supply and demand side, both on the feed and food segment, in particular analyzing the import dependencies. It will also explore opportunities for developing plant-based and alternative proteins in the EU, analyzing the demand for protein in the livestock sector and considering ways to increase plant-based protein in human diet. The ultimate objective is to increase food security while reducing the impact on the environment and climate both in the EU and globally. Therefore, the work will go beyond the common agricultural policy and will encompass the full spectrum of feed and food production in a systemic way and identifying drivers, levers, and policy pathways. Whereas previous policy reports plans concerning proteins in the EU were strongly focused on the production of high protein crops in Europe. This review will also look at the demand side, integrating the dimension of both animal and human consumption. The present context is also very different than the previous one. From one side, it requires a more ambitious approach, in particular as regards environmental challenges, but at the same time, it creates new opportunities. The climate challenge pushes us to go further and to reflect on changes in European livestock, but also in the role of plant protein in the diet of the European consumer. The Commission plans to deliver on its work during the first quarter 2024 in a report on plant protein for a sustainable food system. Let me now say a couple of words on the policy brief that we received recently. In short, I find it short, to the point, and exactly in the domain of our work. Previous policy brief that I had the chance to see, the policy brief produced by research projects, were sometimes general and not very concrete. This is not the case of this one, and I like it. Really well done. I cannot comment on specific proposal that was made in this policy brief, but obviously, if implemented, they will have an impact on the EU plant protein dependency. In that sense, they are very inspiring for us, for me. So thank you for this brief. Thank you for listening. And I'm looking forward also to hear the presentation of Elena, and if you have any question, please feel free.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Laurent. Yes.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. I was wondering whether there will be any legislative assessment of the consistency of the actual novel food regulation and the exclusive protection on data and the subsequent exclusivity rights for 5 years with the international rules on intellectual property. Because right now, the European Commission is releasing exclusive rights on authorization, not always based on products that can be patented, like microalgae strains, or anyhow on inventions that are not patentable, because they aren't actually new. And the intellectual and industrial property conventions pose limits in registering and in providing rights of exclusivity. Is the European Commission dealing with this? Because this might hamper the innovation impact in Europe. If we take 10 microalgae, we will have all along an ordinary research, with its times, we will have 50 years of exclusivity. And so a huge delay on the market based on a regulation. But is it compliant, truly?
First of all, I have to admit that I find the question very technical and probably a bit, beyond my domain of competence, to be honest. What I can say is that, and I will not answer the question to be clear from the beginning because it's really too technical for me. However, what I could say is that indeed, novel food in general, that's an essential aspect linked to the protein transition. That's clear. And also, we have seen that in particular as regards alternative proteins, there are huge potential, which is currently not developed because of the novel food limits. And that's something that we'll at least mention in the report. I know it's at least is not really a lot, but it's not the real purpose of the report is not really to focus or to provide solutions on the novel food, that will be more to have a more systemic and holistic approach. So you will not find in the report that will come probably very detailed solution or proposal to improve the system. But still, I agree with you, if we progress in the field of authorization, for instance, of novel food, or as you mentioned, intellectual property rights around novel food, I think that will help a lot for this transition to more alternative proteins. Thanks.
Hello, good morning, and thank you for sharing the European Commission updates with us and with the group. I just have a small question. As you know, European Parliament also had a report on protein strategy at European level. So what are the synergies between the Commission's report and European Parliament report, and how is this work going to be integrated with the European Parliament work on the topic? Thank you.
Thank you. In fact, the report of the European Parliament, which is under preparation, which is not yet adopted, is one of the elements that is used as an input for the work of the European Commission. And indeed, there are very also specific proposals, I think 13 of them, and that's something that we'll take into account when we'll publish and adopt this report. That's clear. There are also other inputs which are very interesting. I also recommend you to have a look to the report or to the opinion delivered by the Economical and Social Committee. It was in October last year, if I'm correct. It was, I think, also very interesting, very detailed. Also, a holistic approach. The European Parliament one is a bit more focused on agri side, perhaps. Perhaps more feed, and the one from the European Economical and Social Committee is really more perhaps systemic. So, and that's, I think it's interesting to compare this work. And also in our work, we are, of course, we use as input. That's obvious, the reports from the European Parliament and other EU institutions, but also the input from other organizations, NGOs, and we are always interested to receive your contribution to this domain. And the policy brief, I think, is a very interesting and high-level contribution, short and high-level.
Yeah, so more questions can also be asked to Laurent in the panel discussion later. But now I'm pleased to introduce you to Elena Walden. She's a senior policy manager at the Good Food Institute. So her aim is to engage with EU policymakers to advance sustainable proteins. And she has a background already working for political and NGO roles in UK and European parliaments. So thanks a lot for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for the invitation to be here. It's been absolutely fascinating couple of days of discussions, and I've definitely learned a lot. So as Marie-Christine mentioned, my name is Elena Walden. I'm a senior policy manager at the Good Food Institute Europe. For those of you who don't know who we are at GFI, we are an international non-profit think tank that is working to accelerate the alternative protein sector. Very, very briefly, how we do that is producing our own original analysis and also connecting people at every stage of the value chain. So before going on to talk about what I was asked to talk about, I thought it would be just helpful for the purposes of the next 10 slides or so to clarify what we at GFI mean when we talk about alternative protein. We've had a lot of presentations and they've all had slightly different definitions. So just we're all on the same page for my presentation. This is how we as GFI define it. So for GFI, alternative proteins are foods that don't involve farming animals, but can still give people everything they like about meat and dairy. So the taste, the texture, the overall experience. And also, and this is maybe something that hasn't come up as much already today, they're also foods that are familiar. We're not talking about a bowl of chickpeas here, we're talking about alternative proteins that aim to recreate the experience of kind of the mince in the lasagna, the bacon and the bacon sandwiches, these foods that we as Europeans have had in our diets for decades. Because they're familiar in a way that a bowl of chickpeas perhaps is less, they're also, we think, a really promising route to allow Europeans to realize some of these reductions in meat consumption that we know we need to see, but in ways that don't ask them to completely overhaul the way they eat on a day-to-day basis. So for GFI, we see the alternative protein landscape as looking something like this. We think there are 3 really promising ways of recreating this experience of meat and dairy. So you can use make meat and dairy from plants, or maybe microalgae. You can use fermentation processes, or you can cultivate or grow meat directly from cells, so cultivated meat. Just a side note here to try not to overcomplicate this very simple slide, but in the future, and also to an extent already, we don't expect that these pillars are going to be completely separate production platforms. We actually think that most of the best alternative protein products in terms of replicating and reaching that taste parity will probably use kind of elements from each. So we'll have plant-based burgers that will have specific ingredients from cultivating, fat, for example, or precision fermentation. And I think basically to reach the taste parity that is so important to consumers with meat and dairy, we'll need to see techniques being used across all 3 production pillars. So I think we've already sort of touched on this in some of today's discussion, but why do we think Europe needs alternative proteins? Why is there such a role for them in our diet? So as I've already said, it's a way of giving people the meat and dairy experience that they love, but without requiring major dietary shifts. Because we're not farming animals with alternative proteins, there's a fraction of the environmental impact associated with that. So I've just chosen land use here to illustrate this. Obviously, I could have chosen a number of different graphs. There's a whole range of environmental externalities associated with particularly intensive animal agriculture, greenhouse gas emissions, methane, so soil eutrophication. I've chosen land use because it's often overlooked that to feed the animals that we are using in this system, we have to feed massive amounts of feed to them to get a calorie of those fractions out. And with alternative proteins, we can realize some pretty impressive land use savings. Also, away from just environment, there's also health implications with the way that we currently farm animals. So the fact that most of our animal agriculture is intensive and we're feeding huge amounts of antibiotics to them obviously increases the risk of antimicrobial resistance and also pandemics as well. So moving on to what I was actually asked to talk about. So what has happened globally in alternative protein policy? So the very kind of short answer to this question is a lot has happened, and it's speeding up very quickly. But for the sake of trying to fit this into a 10-minute presentation, I've just taken a few highlights from 2 of the main areas of policy that we explore at GFI. So starting with regulation. So I've just taken some examples from things that have happened this year in 2023 so far. So the major milestone that has been reached, and probably some of you have seen it in the headlines earlier this year, is that the US earlier this year gave regulatory approval to 2 cultivated chicken products. So those are being eaten in restaurants in a number of US states right now. That wasn't the only regulatory approval we've seen in this space this year. We've also seen Singapore continues to approve cultivated chicken products. We've had those products on the market since 2020. Israel, as well, has seen the first regulatory approval of a precision fermentation-derived milk product. And closer to home, we've seen the first applications for cultivated meat on European soil. So those have gone to the Swiss and UK regulators. And in the EU itself, we've seen EFSA has received the first 2 applications for precision fermentation products. I've also put the Netherlands here. It's not per se a regulatory approval, but it's quite an interesting development that earlier this year, the Dutch government agreed on a framework that can allow for the tastings of cultivated meat before they pass regulatory approval. This is a really interesting development. It clears up quite a big legal grey zone that has existed for many years, and we expect more countries will follow suit and introduce similar provisions. Moving on to public investment. So we, as GFI, published a few months ago a State of Global Policy report, and I should say that if you want a lot more detail on what has happened in global public policy in alternative proteins, definitely check that out. For that report, we crunched the numbers and calculated that governments globally invested in 2022 alone almost 600 million euros into the alternative protein ecosystem. That involves both kind of foundational R&D research science, but also commercialization and support for manufacturing. But even, and this is probably also a bit of an underestimate because this is based just on the information that's out there publicly, and obviously a lot of governments don't give all the details of what they're funding. But even at that level, bearing in mind it's an underestimate, that would represent an amount that would double all total investment into the space up until 2021. So we're seeing a real step change, basically, in terms of the level of public investment going into the space. So to take a few of these examples, I won't go through everything, but we've seen Canada and Australia have continued to invest pretty remarkable sums of money into their plant-based sector, both on the research and the manufacturing side. We've seen Israel and Singapore, despite their small size, are investing quite significant sums into particularly the kind of more innovative alternative proteins, so cultivated and precision fermentation. The UK has emerged in the last few years as announcing almost 30 million euros in research for to set up alternative protein research centers. We've seen China has mentioned alternative protein in its 5-year bioeconomy plan, and the US, we've seen in 2022 the opening of a $10 million cultivated meat research center. And President Biden, in an executive order in the same year, singled out cultivating alternative food sources as an area of kind of priority for strategic research going forward. To slightly change tone and maybe make it a little bit less positive, I did just want to highlight that despite the fact that it's absolutely brilliant that we're seeing much more investment into the space, to put this in perspective, we're still a long, long way off from the level that is needed to really unlock the benefits of the alternative protein sector. This was found in a report from the Climate Works Foundation that was supported by the UK government that found that a scaled-up alternative protein sector by 2050 could release a kind of range of benefits. Some of these I've talked about, kind of land use savings, but also economic, also in terms of agri-food market dynamics. But that same report found that to unlock the full benefits of the sector, global public spending on R&D would have to pass $10 billion each year. So 600 million euros in global investment, pretty good, but still obviously a long, long way off $10 billion. And just to highlight again the relative underfunding of the alternative protein space compared to other kind of parallel sectors. So globally, and the figures here vary a little bit, but generally speaking, the global transport sector and the global animal agriculture sector are responsible for about the same greenhouse gas emissions. But when you look at the amount of money flowing into, for example, electric mobility compared to alternative proteins, it's several factors higher. And this is private capital, which is the vast, vast majority of the money that has gone into the alternative protein space. Moving back to the positive, we have seen some really great case studies in Europe in 2022 of governments really starting to commit to this space and really investing considerable sums. So one example is the Danish government, which has invested nearly 170 million euros to support the plant-based food sector. That's gone to kind of research and infrastructure scale-up, but also, interestingly, it's gone to, well, a part of that budget has been ring-fenced to pay farmers bonuses for growing plant protein crops. So really thinking about the full value chain approach there. Likewise, in the Netherlands, we've seen a really impressive investment of 60 million euros towards building the cellular agriculture ecosystem. That was awarded by the National Growth Fund, and it's, again, supporting research, knowledge sharing, scale-up facilities, and yeah, pretty significant investment given the size of the Netherlands. Yeah. It's not working. Oh, no, it is. Yeah, but again, sorry to dampen the mood, but the story is not so positive at the EU level. So we crunched the numbers at GFI Europe and found that of the budget in Horizon Europe that has been allocated to food, so this is not the whole Horizon Europe budget, this is the specific part that has gone to food, only 5.5% of that money has gone to alternative proteins. So really not the level we would expect. And particularly given kind of it's been recognized in the farm to fork strategy, et cetera, as Laurent mentioned. But that's kind of ironic and a bit of a shame that there has been such little funding made available for alternative proteins, because when you look at the calls that are made available to alternative proteins, the average number of submissions for that call is far, far higher than the average submissions for any other call. So that illustrates that there is an appetite, there's an unmet demand for research amongst the European research community. Another thing that we think is undermining the potential of the European alternative protein ecosystem is another development we've seen in the last few years, that some European governments have made some pretty bizarre and extreme statements against the entire sector. So we saw earlier this year that the Italian government is trying to introduce a ban that would ban the production and research into cultivated meat in Italy. I think it's rode back a little bit on the research part, but it still could introduce hefty fines for anybody producing cultivated meat in Italy, which, given the pace of global developments that I've just gone through, is hard to see how that's not just a massive act of self-harm in Italy. We've also seen that France is continuing to try to introduce bans on really everyday terms like veggie burger and veggie steaks. So that is also kind of sending a mixed signal, and it's also ironic because at the same time we're seeing that France is actually investing quite a lot into its plant-based sector, so really sort of right hand not speaking to left hand kind of politics. So this is my last slide, and just to kind of wrap up some of the kind of themes I've talked about here. So in terms of the opportunities and risks for Europe in the context of how fast things are moving globally, so in terms of the opportunities, Europe could really easily be a world leader in this space. We've got all the world-class relevant scientific expertise, we've got a consumer appetite for sustainability, and becoming a leader in this space would unlock a number of benefits, which I've talked about. It's a green growth sector, more resilient agri-food supply chains, aligns with environmental and public health policy goals. Also, it's an opportunity for farmers to grow kind of high-value plant-based inputs or diversify their revenue streams by supplying the fermentation and cultivated sectors that grow. But in terms of the risks, if Europe doesn't really pay attention to this space, given how fast things are moving abroad, this kind of underfunding and the mixed political signals could essentially lead to a brain drain of European researchers who can't get the funding here, and they move to Singapore or the US, where it's much easier. Similarly, on the business side, an exodus of European companies that harms EU competitivity. And in general, that all leads to a situation where, as this sector really begins to pick up the pace in the next few years, Europe as a continent is stuck as an importer of these products, which further undermines kind of European businesses and European farmers. That was it. I'm going to ask for any questions, I guess.
Many thanks, Elena. Any questions?
Thank you for the excellent presentation. First, I want to assure you that the Italian ban on cultivated meat won't have any future because it is clearly not compliant with the European Treaty and the relevant rules. I was wondering about your constituency. Are your members mainly, let's say, Westerners, or you have also partners in the, let's say, BRICS area?
Yeah, so on the first point, I very much hope you're right on that. We're also looking closely at the process through the European courts as well. So we, as GFI, we're an international non-profit organization, so we don't have members. We get all of our funding from donations. We do have offices around the world, so not only in Europe. So we have an office in Brazil, in India, and Asia Pacific region as well. But yeah, we don't necessarily have constituents per se in that same way. We're really about accelerating the whole space, producing research, connecting people, but we do have a presence globally, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks for the presentation. I have a question. Do you have any figures on how big the protein gap is that we actually need to close? Because all the statistics that I know say that we have a huge protein oversupply in Europe per capita, and even if we reduce meat consumption, we are pretty close to meeting all the protein needs just with plant-based proteins. So I was wondering whether it's really necessary to focus so much on alternative protein sources, or whether there are more important issues that we have.
Yeah, so I think we have some reports that we've done looking at the overall protein flows, and especially how much of that goes actually to animals rather than people. I mean, in terms of whether it's a topic that's worth talking about, alternative proteins in general, I mean, if we take seriously the fact that scientists have made clear over and over again, we just simply can't meet our Paris climate goals unless we look at animal agriculture. If we actually take that seriously, then it becomes two options. What do we do about our kind of meat and dairy consumption? Do we try and convince people to eat less meat? We've tried that for decades. We've begged people not to eat as much meat as they're doing. That hasn't particularly worked. We're slightly declining in our meat consumption in Europe, but if you look abroad, per capita meat consumption is just continuing to rise. So that's one option. And then the other option would be to change kind of how we make meat and dairy, and also kind of fulfill all the things that consumers really like about these options, so the taste, the price, the convenience, but in a way that doesn't bring all the environmental externalities. So that's really our focus at GFI.
Any other questions? Okay, if not, then thank you very much. And now we're going to continue with the panel discussion on how we can advance together alternative proteins in the EU. So I would ask Paul Voss as a moderator to the front. And
yes, as we have so many panelists, we will split the session into two. So yeah, Paul, maybe you can just introduce the people that go in the first round, and then.
Yes. So. For the first part of the discussion, we will have on the panel Jacqueline Lyons from the Smart Protein Project, Svein Agnarsson from Next Gen Proteins, from Like a Pro, we have Antoine De Heze from Safe Food Advocacy Europe, and Laurent Marché from DG Agri, who presented first. So. I guess how we will organize this, if you can come to the front here and have a seat. I think we have several microphones so that people can ask questions from the audience or engage in the discussion, and people here in the front can, of course, give their views. Maybe also for the second half of the discussion, we will have 5 more panelists. I also invite them to be part of the discussion, but well, any of you in the audience, I invite to engage. I think we've had a great meeting so far. Yesterday, fully focusing on the microalgae from the ProFuture project. Today, really focusing on a much wider range of alternative proteins with all of the projects that are represented in Horizons for Proteins, coming also with the policy brief and recommendations. Many aspects have been mentioned already, but still, I think it's helpful to ask the question: are there, I'd say, the main conclusions, challenges and recommendations, especially I guess in relation to policy or policy advice from the ProFuture, sorry, the Smart Protein and the Next Gen Proteins projects that have not been addressed yet in the presentation. So this is mainly to Jacqueline Lyons and Svein Agnarsson. Do you think there's still aspects that you want to add to the discussion that have not been yet presented in your overview of your presentation, or that you can conclude maybe as similarities that you see between the different projects that have been presented?
I can just speak first for Smart Protein. So because Smart Protein has a bigger, comprehensive policy brief that they launched, I think that Smart Protein probably has wrapped up all of the policy points that it wants to address within this joint policy brief. Somebody pointed out a good omission, though, during the break, that perhaps we could include, if we're not going to sort of talk about policy around feed, that we could at least maybe talk about even the omission of it, or kind of allude to it, because it is a bit of an omission. So that's one small change that would be easy to make. But I think in terms of smart protein and policy, considering that a lot of that's sort of derived from a smart protein one, I think it probably does cover most of what we do want to say, yeah.
Thank you. Sven?
I think there are just a couple of things that I think are worth mentioning that possibly we have mentioned so far, but I'd like to emphasize. One is that in order for innovation in Europe to continue, we need competition. We need competition between firms who are engaged in innovation so that they will come up with innovative ideas. And for this to happen, we need to have a rich flora of firms, not just large firms engaged in the food system as we have today, but also smaller firms. And we must make certain that these smaller firms, they have the capacity and the funds and the space needed to succeed. Because innovation often comes from very, very tiny sources. There are small firms that certainly hook onto something and become innovative. And in this context, I think it is very important to think how we can use all financial incentives in the European, let me say, just forest of policy and initiatives that exist to support these. And here we come to an issue that was raised just recently here in this meeting about the when you are applying for novel food authorization, that in many cases is a very difficult process. It's uncertain, it's expensive, it takes a long time, and that may cause smaller firms to abstain from seeking the authorization. So in these cases, we need to have some kind of a plan or a setup that allows small firms to join together in the application process, in the authorization process, so that they can join forces, they can split the cost, and in the event of a positive result, they can possibly have more capacity to produce than they would on their own. And this would also be important for us because we have to think about this, in some cases, 5-year monopoly that you get on the results after the process has been completed. And if this is very expensive, then there is a risk that this approach, this possibility of introducing novel food, will only be in the hands of large and rich firms, and that kinds of precludes the small firms from entering the fray. So I think that would be a way of making certain that we would have more competition in the field. So I think I would like to add this to the hat.
Thank you very much. Any responses or questions in relation to this?
Thanks. I fully agree with your position. That is one of the main obstacles of the novel food regulation, in my humble view. Another point that ought to be raised is the idea of open innovation, because we are always reading the open innovation leitmotif in every policy, but still in several research projects, the innovations will bring to novel food authorizations with exclusivity, which are publicly funded. And looking at the excellent presentation of the Good Food Institute, I was also wondering which would be the outcome of public spending in research on proteins. Will it have the same destiny of public funds on research on vaccines, where the public has funded private patents, or will it be reserved or conditioned by the release of open innovation to be publicly shared and made available to every single operator? Because there are quite several examples, even in the sector of microalgae. I take the example of Eugenia gracilis, that was authorized as a novel food exclusivity for 5 years in favor of the American and Canadian group Chemin. And the Chemin group, thanks to a scientific review, deemed as proprietary data, got the exclusivity, the exclusive use for 5 years in the internal market of a natural microalgae. 5 years of exclusivity means 5 years of barriers to trade within the internal market on the basis not of a patent, not of an invention, but on a scientific study deemed as a proprietary data within a procedure provided by the European legislator against international conventions on intellectual property rights and biodiversity. This is a real issue. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Do any of the panelists want to respond to that? No. Maybe still also in relation to the same topic, I guess the economics, the financials that play into making the alternative proteins successful and developing this field. I recognize also in the presentations yesterday where I'd say, well, going from the small research scale and competing with the established more traditional animal-based proteins is at this time very difficult. It was also mentioned by Ine van der Vels in the Chain project presentation that going from the small scale and competing with the established products is very difficult. Is that something, and maybe this is to Laurent, could you give the European Commission's perspective on how this could be optimally supported and how the innovation can be stimulated to compete against the well-established, I'd say, products and I'd say crops?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Indeed, I get your point, and also fully support and see the possible restriction as also developed by Elena if there is a risk that the EU indeed will not develop at the same pace as the rest of the world if we do not go over those restrictions you are mentioning here. But to be honest, it's again not in my really domain of competence, in the sense of course I'm interested in those programs. They are inspiring for our policy, for defining our policy on protein, plant proteins in particular. But I think colleagues who would work in the research field, and particularly in RDT, would really be able to give more informed view on that than me. I'm sorry for disappointing you on that. But I think the complexity of the conditions of research projects are really high and probably and certainly above my knowledge. Sorry for that.
Well, thank you. I think it's something that we need to find out collectively on how to make it work. So all the more important that we have these discussions between the different roles and functions that we have. Maybe also to broaden the discussion a bit, I guess in the policy brief that has been presented, 5 different areas of policy advice have been covered. So it's about labeling and marketing standards, about public food procurement, equal tax systems, support measures, including research support, and revising the novel food regulations. I wanted to ask the panel, but also the audience, are there any specific topics for discussion in relation to any of these points more specifically that you want to raise?
Hi everyone, thank you. I'm Antoine Daz, I'm EU Project Manager at Safe Food Advocacy Europe. I'm also We are at SAFE also partners in the Like a Pro project, which just started. And thanks, Morena, for explaining everything in the first sessions of today. My organization, just a few words about that, is working in consumer representation here in Brussels at EU level in the food sector. We care about the health of consumers, their environment, and their inclusion in society. So this is our main focus, representing, of course, consumer organizations and specific consumers, in particular vegan and vegetarian in some cases. Since the conversation has been broadened, I will start by quoting a very interesting report that has been published by IPES Food, a think tank here in Brussels, last year, The Politics of Proteins. And one specific chapter was concentrating on the claims that are made about alternative proteins. So we hear that alternative proteins are good for animals with regards to animal welfare. They're good for people. We've heard about claims about their contribution to food security, to the development of plant-based diets for the planet, because they also help reduce greenhouse gases emissions, for instance. And the report was pointing at the potentiality of these claims being misleading sometimes, because alternative proteins can be good for all of this, but it will depend on whether they're produced in a sustainable way, which ingredients are used, what they will be replacing in the end. So I would like to bring the conversation around the expectations of consumers. If we want these solutions to expand, and we all do because we're here to promote alternative proteins in those projects, we also need to take into account these very important conversations and concerns from consumers. Consumers want their food to be, of course, tasteful, of course, affordable, but these are not the only concerns. They also want this food to be really healthy, really sustainable. And when we look at sustainability in all its 3 dimensions, we need to consider how food is produced, how food systems are organized. And I've been hearing my distinguished neighbor talking about competition earlier. Yes, of course, this can sparkle innovation, but in which context? In a context where industrial production is concentrated in the hands of big players? No, of course not. So if we want to see real sustainability that appeals to consumers, we need also to see changes in wider food systems, and that's what our project need to be calling for. They need to be calling for products that are healthy, that meet high standards, that are resilient, that also do not put burden on the planet, on the environment, because otherwise they can't be truly recognized as substitutes for traditional products such as meat, dairies, and so on. So I would have plenty of things to say because I'm opening many doors here. Maybe that would be an opening statement to a more broader conversation, and I'm hopeful we can have interesting debates.
Thank you very much, Antoine. Maybe just as a quick response, at least also from the Giant Leaps project, we try to have this very integrated approach, and there, well, I think also as common between the different research projects that we work on, we try to at least provide that really objective basis and information to then in the end also communicate to consumers. So I hope at least that collectively we can add to that. Others that want to respond or ask a question to the panel? There's several questions, maybe first over there. Do we have a...
Yes, thank you. I guess my question is because sustainability, it's obviously a very important factor in the alternative protein. But my question is, how do we put a number next to the sustainability? How do we compare the sustainability across different protein sources and supply chains and so on and so forth? So is there a need actually to have a unified approach when assessing sustainability? And is this something that will come up at policy level? So will there be, or is there a need to have a policy to actually make sure that everyone quantifies sustainability in the same way, and we as consumers, when we see that this product was produced sustainable, we can actually compare products on the shelves in a supermarket, for example?
Thank you very much. I think that's a very relevant question. I see at least two panelists, I think, that want to respond.
Thank you. And I will surely bother Mr. Mercier with what I'm going to say, or not. I hope not. I definitely agree that there should be a definition and harmonization of what sustainability means across products in order to be able to compare them. And for that matter, I think we need to really pay tribute to the work that the Commission has been doing in the last years across 4 DGs, if I'm right, Envy, Mare, Agri, and Santé, for their work about the legislative framework for sustainable food systems that needs to aims at to phrase principles and definitions. I'm sure you would be talking about that. And this one needs still to be published, and that's one of our concerns as civil society, that it won't be. So if we want to move ahead and make sure that such questions are answered, that also research projects are able to go ahead with common definitions and principles. There also needs to be a recognized and agreed set of principles across legislations and across the EU at least, and globally, more importantly in the future. So we're really looking forward, being very positive and optimistic, that the framework will be published in this mandate.
Yes, indeed, on the calendar, I won't give you an exclusive information that I don't have. Indeed, the Commission is working within the FMSF, yes, I think FSFS, yeah, or there is too much F and S in this expression. There will be indeed a section dealing with sustainable labeling. I know colleagues are working on that, but it's not yet the proposal is not yet there. I know it will be difficult. Look at what happened on the health claim on the labeling. That's a really long discussion, and we didn't come here yet. But also the labeling of the sustainability is one aspect, but also having objectives in terms of sustainability at a more global level is also another question. It's difficult to know what would be our objectives and how to quantify objectives in terms of sustainability, in particular in relation to the aspects linked to alternative proteins. And to arrive there, probably, we should divide the problem, and we chose, and we're working on more having it at the angle of the proteins and the underlying nitrogen cycle. That's also a way to measure it. And there are some figures that record the nitrogen cycles, and then we could use that also to probably to later on define objectives related to there, and also in terms of proteins, because we see that not the same amount of protein, plant protein is used by the whole livestock. Some livestock require less protein than others. This also can be used to fix objectives or not, and at certain level, member state level, EU level, or even a more local level, perhaps. And also to rebound on the paper on the policy brief, many recommendations in the policy brief were focused on consumer, and I think that's indeed very, very important, or consumer policy. I think it's indeed very important because there is a risk also that there could be some change in the sector, in particular, let's say a reduction of the production of animal products in the EU. That would also have a very probably a good impact on the environment. But if it is not accompanied by a reduction or change in the consumer diet, it will result in more imports of animal products from a region of the world where they are less, which are probably less performant than the EU for producing animal products with less impact on the environment. So this is also an aspect which is good in the paper here, to focus on the consumer policy. And also there are several recommendations in the field of agri. I find it interesting because I'm also part of the agri, and also you know that we are starting reflecting the next gap, and those recommendations here could be inspiring in the process of this reflection. I think about the one on organic, for instance, the one of support for switching from livestock to production to plant-based production, possibly alternative proteins. That's interesting to note them, indeed.
Thank you very much. I think with an eye on time, we need to have a small break here. Elena, I think you had a question as well, but maybe it can come up in the second part of the discussion. Is there a burning question still for? Okay. Short comment still on the...
Not really going on the point of standardization life cycle assessment. So there's a product environmental footprint initiative, which is exactly aiming what you said, that it gives much more standards how to perform LCAs for specific products and additional product category rules, aiming that you really have the same data, background data, and the same methodology, so that you are in the end able to prepare the results in the supermarket. But it's still in the beginning of the development, but that's a long-term goal.
Thank you very much. Very relevant contribution indeed. Still a last small comment, and then we really need to switch.
Yeah, sorry, I won't be replying to what just said, so I'm diverting again. Just a word on consumers' roles in shaping the market. We've chatted a bit before. I think there is a bit of a disagreement here, but of course, in conventional economics, we talk about demand shaping. Demand shaping the market, but supply is shaping the market as well, and a lot. So we need to encompass the notion of food environments in this context. In Like a Pro, there is a one living lab on that, so it's and a one work package. So it's very interesting to be contributing to that. Food environments, they're the conditions in which consumers can make their choices, and they're not always well informed. So there are a lot of sets of policies that can be activated and that need still to be explored in order to contribute to healthier and more sustainable food environments, also beyond the scope of alternative proteins. If we're talking about foods that are high in fat, sugar, and salt, and how to reduce them, we would need also to act on food environments by, for example, acting on product placements in stores, acting on marketing of certain types of food products, and promotion of some sources of proteins can also go through the reduction of promotions of other sources of proteins, if you get what I mean. So yeah, that's what I wanted to add on that. That the change does not have to entirely fall on consumers' shoulders, but that policymakers have also a big role to play here.
Thank you very much, and thank you to this panel, this part of the panel, for the first part of the session.
Okay, so thank you so much for the interesting discussion. Before we get the next round of panelists on stage, we have another 5-minute stretching session.
Great. Thank you very much for the stretching session. Very much appreciated. I hope you're all as energized as I am for the second part of the policy session and the discussion. We will have 5 of our panelists in the front now. So from the ProFuture project, we have Dario Dongo, who's a lawyer, expert in international food law and journalist, and founder of WISE. We will have Elena Walden, who presented earlier from Good Food Institute. We have Nathalie de Kok from Test Aankoop, which is a Belgian consumer organization. We will have Fabrizio Fabri, Sustainability Policy Manager from Eurocoop, and Rebecca Fernandez from Food Safety, she's the Food Safety and R&I Lead from Food Drink Europe. So great to have you all on the stage. The second part of this panel discussion, we want to focus a bit more on how, from the different roles that we have. So we are, I guess, within this conference, very much focused on the research, but many different roles are actually represented in the room. So how can we collaborate between research, consumer organizations, NGOs, and policy related roles? How can we really cooperate as efficiently together as we can? But maybe before we open up, Elena, you already had a question in the first session, so maybe to start with that.
Yeah, and sorry to distract from the new focus, but it was going back to the previous discussion about innovation, open access research. Just a few reflections. I mean, I think we could have another 3-day conference on the merits of open access research versus innovation, etc. But if we think about the point that was raised by, I think, Sven, about how do we get a full range of companies who can really benefit in this space and like succeed in this space, and is it just going to be the big companies? And I think this was also raised by Antoine a bit. I mean, for GFI, that's why we focus all of our efforts on getting as much open access research into this sector as possible. The benefits of open access research, I think, is the open access research is the best antidote to that threat that only this gets taken up by kind of the big companies with the resources. Just a data point on that, so at GFI, we have our own research program, which might be of interest to many people in this room. We funded, I think about 5 years ago now, some research looking at how to get the bitter taste of pea out of peas to get a plant-based burger. We know that several companies at that time were doing their own private R&D research into that space. But as GFI, we funded it, we made it open access, and now that exists, that research exists for everyone to use. So that's a kind of the best way, I think, of democratizing like access to this sector and sectors to succeed. And I know that probably isn't used to a room full of researchers, but just thought it was worth making the point. And another point I wanted to make was there's been a lot of discussion about sustainability today and, you know, the importance of really measuring the sustainability credentials of this space. At GFI, and some of the figures I showed in the presentation, we see a real lack of research money specifically going to kind of functionality and improving the taste, the texture of these products, which is really what consumers care about. So a lot of the research funding that's gone into the space has this focus on socioeconomic and environmental research of the space, which is great. And we funded a peer-reviewed LCA a few years ago looking at the cultivated meat sector. So we definitely need that research, but I think we also need to not forget that there are so many research gaps on the functionality of these products and how to make them taste and behave like meat or dairy. And the two, it's not kind of a tangent, the two are linked because, you know, in the same way that we wouldn't measure the sustainability of the solar industry right at the beginning of the R&D curve, the sustainability will change when the processing changes and the product techniques change. So it's great to have this focus, but I think we definitely need to see the two as dynamically linked because in the future, the fermentation and cultivated sectors, those sustainability credentials will be so different to now. So I think we need to have that dynamic kind of relationship in mind and also have a lot of public research going into improving the functionality of these foods, which is super neglected, as I tried to show in my presentation.
Thank you, Elena. And a very important point, I think, on not taking the snapshot at this moment, but also taking into account that things will develop when scales get larger and well, research continues, knowledge continues. I guess, so on the perspective of how we can work together, maybe my first question is to Nathalie de Kok from Test Aankoop. So what aspects in this transition to, I guess, more alternative proteins and in relation to sustainability and health are important for consumers? And also, what role can you play as a consumer organization?
So yeah, for consumers, we see that at the moment we have a lot of people who are what called flexitarian, so who are interested in eating at the moment just less meat and in being interested in eating this more plant-based. But usually it's on a kind of voluntary basis that they will eat meat, they will try again something plant-based. But it's not that we see that there are so many yet very convinced vegetarians or vegan. A lot of people are now flexitarian and they try to explore the plant-based foods while not really discharging yet their animal-based foods. And as a consumer agency, we are trying to help guide the consumer towards more plant-based, more healthy diets. We do this by having more texts, more information on how to eat plant-based, how you can introduce this into your diet, but also by doing consumer tests of these kind of products, where we go to the lab and we test about the contaminants who are, for instance, present in these products, but also having a taste test, of course, because it's one of the factors that still matters a lot to the consumer next to the price. But there's also a growing interest into looking for healthy, but also more sustainable products. But this, of course, still remains a little bit niche because there are still a lot of consumers who focus the most still on price and taste. You have a larger pool of consumers who are getting interested in buying healthier, buying sustainable. But now also we see when there are more food crises, everything is more expensive, people tend to go back to the classical point of view, what they're used to. So for us, we really follow the market. We try to test these products. We try to look at them. We try to join the discussion and to also try to guide the research. And one point that we also pay attention to is that when you're looking at the market of these transformed meat products, that we are also looking at usually they are very highly transformed products at the moment, and that we also try to warm the consumer more also for the less processed meat alternatives that are also on the market, like just buying the pulses and maybe the tofu, which is also less processed variety. So there's also a question to me to everyone here in the room also, like with the algae, do you advise really all of these meat alternatives, or are there also possibilities that it can be used in a less transformed product, for instance? Because now I hear a lot of them, the dairy replacers, the meat replacers, but we also try, and I think it's not only us, but also other companies or other governmental agencies who are looking at the food-based dietary guidelines. We're also trying to incorporate the fact that we are looking at more less transformed foods as well. So this is also one of my questions to you. What is the options?
Thank you very much for your contribution, and an excellent question. I think the whole I'd say debate on the processing level of foods in relation to health and how that relates to alternative proteins, I think is a very important one. Anyone from the panel want to respond to that, or from the audience? Dario?
Thanks. I'd like to add that the ultra-processed food is an issue, and also the nutrient profile is an issue. Some years ago, I personally did a research on about 350 vegan and vegetable products available on the Italian market. Most of them had a salt content which is so excessive by comparison to the EFSA recommended values and also to the WHO established limit, that is crazy, so crazy. So we're still awaiting from the European Commission to adopt the nutrient profiles that were established in Nutrition and Health Claims Regulation 17 years ago, Article 4. And the European Commission is a dozen years and more on delay on nutrient profiles. And we're also still awaiting for a front-of-pack nutrition labeling to be harmonized at the European level. And the Nutri-Score system, which is already applied in 9 European countries, will be very effective, as it has already shown, and it was demonstrated in more than 100 scientific studies published with peer review, but still we have no clue about that. And this is another issue. How can consumer trust innovative food with alternative proteins by not knowing which is the nutrient profiles, by not knowing which is their real role in daily diet? Is it the substitute of a whole meal? Is it the substitute of an hamburger? Is it the substitute of just a soup or a dish of eggs? Which is the identity of the innovative products I'm facing in front of?
Thank you, and I agree. This is very important to have this this clear and objective information on these elements. There's a response from the audience.
Thank you. My name is Mathieu Douchy. I'm a food law consultant, and I specialize in alternative proteins. And when you talked about processing, do you support the NOVA classification, which was issued by a Brazilian university? And you have 4 levels of processing, so minimally processed, like mildly processed, and then ultra processed.
At Testanco, we follow for a part the NOVA classification, while also looking at the more recent research on the topic. There are also other definitions already existing, and we try a little bit to look at the combination of them, because it's quite not so objective as you would like. The classification, it gives some guidelines, but it's not always so not so straightforward to put every single food in the right category. I think there are also already research articles showing exactly this inconsistency between food experts really classifying this and still having troubles doing this. So there's a need, I think, as for many research objects, a need for a clear definition and a clear way of how to classify the foods, but also very important as well as really to determine why this association exists between the ultra-processed foods and a risk of having, I think it's diabetes and heart conditions. But at the moment, there's no clear indication why, what is causing this. Is it because of the fact that they're used more additives, or is it really by the type of processing that's been happening? So that's also very important research still needing to be happening in this topic. So we are also following that classification because it's the most agreed upon at the moment, but it's still a research that also still needs a lot of answers, I think. So it's not far from perfect yet.
Indeed, it's also, I guess, a topic that could easily fill a full conference in the relation between the processing part as well as the nutrient profiling, which is not necessarily congruent.
Could I comment also on the Nutri-Score? Because in Belgium we have the Nutri-Score already, and we see that there are some improvements in the nutrient profiles of the products already due to having this labeling scheme on the front of the products, because we have been testing these products for, I think, about 8 years now, and we do see some improvements in the nutrient profile of the products. Not for all of them, but there are a lot of them who are trying to improve the fat and also the salt in the product. So I see it's a topic that has really been taken up by the industry as well. And when I go to industry discussions, also the fact of the degree of processing is also something that comes up more and more often. So.
Thanks. Maybe to Fabrizio. I guess the role of retail is very important. The food environment was mentioned before. Of course, that's not all up to retail, but retail is an important player, I guess, in that field. Do you have a perspective on what role you could play, and also maybe the interaction between research and retail, and in how we could be effective?
Yes, thank you, first of all, for inviting us. Well, we represent 20 members across Europe, 14 which are based in the EU. So we have a very broad and different actions as a consequence. It means that the very specificity of the co-ops is that they are owned by the members. So the members are the owner of the retailing system. So they have a voice as a member, as consumer members. That's why we, as co-ops, are often a bit ahead of other retailers, because we intrinsically, in the statute of the co-op, since it was established in the late 19th century, there was a particular attention to social dimension of food and buying food. So the main scope is to provide healthy, sustainable, and affordable, because we don't want to create a market niche, as in part is the organic sector now. So we see that the organic sector is growing, of course, and we are happy because it's, at the moment, organic farming is the closer form of food productions to something that is sustainable, although there are some aspects that are kept up, like social aspects. So still there is a lot of underpaid or semi-slavery work even in organic farming. So there is an aspect, at least this one aspect, that should be taken into account. But of course, organic products are the closer to something sustainable. The market is growing, of course. The price, sometimes, I have to say, especially in a country like here, where the import of food, it represents an important portion of food on the shelves, because there is not too much local production. And I've seen that, an example for imported products, there is not an incredible difference, price difference between the conventional products and the organic product. Sometimes I found some organic products being cheaper than the normal, the conventional one found in the supermarket. We think that there is still a lot to do to reduce speculation. So we need to reduce the distance and intermediaries body from production to the shelves. Okay, so we need to avoid any unnecessary speculation, unnecessary passage. And of course, the policy applied are different across COP. But I have to say that, of course, the COPs which are in, say, the more in the Western countries, say, with a longer tradition of EU policies and following the EU process and possibly anticipating. That's what's been always our role. Run a bit farther, which is even convenient from a business perspective, because being front runner means that you got an advantage, economic and perspective. So we have different actions. Most of our members have already engaged in producing their own brand plant-based alternative to meat. And they are, of course, working in strict collaboration with national research institutions to get there. Some are experimenting even a bit more. I will give you an example, coming back to the crucial point, what is a sustainable food? Because we don't have any clarity. I'm afraid, I hope that the Commission proposal will survive. I doubt, but I hope that it will survive. But still, it needs to be built up. I know perfectly well the position you are in, so you couldn't do nothing better. I know, but still it's not enough. Not going to quantify a minimum requirements for any food to be deemed as sustainable is going to be a big mess problem. In COP Sweden, we have tried, in collaborating with different research institutions and NGOs, they've spent quite a lot of money, time and resources. And finally, in 2 years and a half ago, they come out with the declarations, sustainability declarations, which means that they have sent requests of information about impact, choosing 10 parameters among social, economic, and environmental, coming from soil consumption, chemical input, greenhouse gas emission, animal welfare, and setting up a minimum criteria, or setting up 3 different levels. They have obliged the food supplier to disclose, threatening them to stop the contract. So it was very straightforward. Either you give us this, or either you give us this information, or we stop buying from you. And that worked out very well. At the moment, there are 25,000 products on the shelves that are the information on sustainability are available to a QR code. So through a COP app, any consumer can check and scan, and of course, the information that you get, and it's very important to understand that even when it comes to labeling on sustainability shouldn't be even thought to be kind of strict light system, red, green, because it won't be possible, because the parameters to be taken into account are complex. The sustainability concept is multifactorial, and we have to take into account all the factors. So there won't be probably any products that fulfill entirely a full sustainability criteria. But what is important is that consumers can make an informed choice by saying, okay, these products maybe they are worse for, I don't know, water consumption, but all other parameters are much better than other. So anyway, this is a way of providing a tool. But coming back to the real core, is that information something that consumers are using? We have still to work a lot of it. Because in the end, when most of consumers, on the average, they go straight for the price and price quality relationship. That's it. That's the very basic. And so at the moment there is a group of educated people who are already educated, who are already looking for a switch to something, but not touching the general population. That's the big work we have to do in terms of public awareness.
Thank you very much, and great to hear everything that is going on. Also to hear about the interaction, I guess, between co-ops and I guess the suppliers. And maybe that's also a nice bridge to ask Rebecca Fernandez from Food Drink Europe, also to give your perspective on this topic. I guess, well, how to work between the different actors in the food system, between research and manufacturers. Also the other players, what's your perspective on that?
Yes, thanks a lot for the invitation here today. Very interesting presentations and very interesting side discussions with the role of processing, providing information to consumers, etc. So it's my pleasure to be here with you all. With regard to the interface between research and practitioners, in this case food manufacturers, I think I was very pleased to see, at least in the projects presented today, that you always included an industry partner, because I think it's important that the solutions that you are testing and piloting can really have a final test to see if it's practical and it can go to the market. Because we need to bear in mind that companies do not operate in a vacuum. They work on a complex business and policy context. So you all have investigated as well what are the things that need to be improved. And I was really pleased to see that you don't only do research, but also think further how the system could work better. So in that sense, the organization I represent, that represents food manufacturers, national federations, sector associations, and multinationals as well, that are direct members of Food Drink Europe, we believe that we want to be part of the change towards more sustainable food systems, and we are very supportive of the policies, Green Deal and Farm to Fork strategy, of the ambitions that they are setting. When it comes to what needs to be done, we also think that these strategies are perhaps not properly equipped with what is needed to get to this transition, and that's what we are asking for a EU food investment and resilience plan that can really boost the transition by encouraging and supporting these public-private investments to really provide the solutions that are needed to get to more sustainable food systems, that also encourages innovation and the piloting and scaling up of all the solutions that have been developed, that unlocks trade opportunities. And finally, we are asking in the remit of the next Commission to perhaps create a DG food or similar that will really highlight the importance of food in the EU and ensure policy coherence that I think many of you have realized that there are some regulatory barriers because of the different areas that encompass food. So that's what we are asking for. So let's see if we manage to get the message through, and really enjoying these discussions and how to make food systems more sustainable.
Great, thank you very much. I see Elena wants to respond.
Yeah, I just thought I'd also sort of chip in some thoughts on this broader question of how can we advance alternative proteins together. I think from my perspective, I think the biggest thing that the sector can do more broadly, and by sector I mean sort of the ecosystem, not necessarily just companies, is to really advocate for alternative proteins as offering a lot of different benefits. And I'm not going to fall in the trap of saying that alternative proteins is a silver bullet and it can solve everything, but it does offer a lot of different benefits, and some of these I tried to highlight in my slide. It's not just an agri-food question, it's also an innovation question, it's also an industry, it's a green growth question. And I think part of the challenge that we found at GFI when trying to talk to policymakers is there's a tendency to really see alternative proteins as sort of pigeonholed into one of these policy options, whereas, you know, in reality, alternative proteins is at the intersection of agri-food, industry, innovation, climate. And I think that's also true on the research side. From what we've seen, the research calls tend to kind of pigeonhole into one of these boxes. And I think the best thing we can do as kind of a broader ecosystem is really to speak up for alternative proteins as having a role in all of these different challenges we face, and to really get broader recognition for the role that alternative proteins can play.
Thank you very much for that comment. Maybe also in response to that, or related to that, a question that came up to me in the discussion. We have seen the policy brief that is proposed from the Horizon for Proteins partners. We are very much focusing that on public policy. I think that is often the implicit understanding of policy briefs, that we're focusing on public policy. But actually within our project, we also had discussions that it might be broader than that. And so maybe the question to people from the industry or retail, with policy briefs that come from research projects, could that also impact on more, I guess, I'd say private policies, so industry policies, or could you play a role in that?
Well, I think it's always interesting to see I mean, let me rephrase. I think the problem that we are seeing is that there are many research projects, but then how to make the change. So in that sense, I think the policy briefs are very helpful to see what is the direction that we need to go. Of course, we might not agree with everything that is said as Food in Europe, but I think is, as the Commission was mentioning, they are also input that you get from research projects, from stakeholders, to inform the decisions when you are designing new policies. So I think, yeah, I would be really happy to see the final version of the policy brief because it helps inform the decisions for all of us, I would say.
Thanks.
Yeah, just quickly, in fact, I think that sometimes here in big EU bubble, we kind of lose a bit of track of reality. I've seen a lot of investment of all talking about insect and how we have to educate consumer, maybe even giving a little less information about the presence of insect. Why? Actually, why? Why do we need it? Is there real need to go through insect protein products? And all that comes with the novel food regulation coming into place, and risking that the consumer simply don't want it. Don't want it. I was listening to, I can't remember, Professor Zay say, testing the feet and wings. Wow, actually, I don't think that we are not really willing, and I think it's unnecessary because there are plenty of protein, vegetable protein sources that we are not exploiting at all, and that can be further exploited, and it can be much easier used for. So please, when you think about consumer, don't think about something that need to be pushed forward, something that we have decided from the top. So start from the bottom up. What we need as consumer, in terms of sustainability, in terms of, but in the realm that, because I think we are losing a lot of money to make some research. If I'm not mistaken, one of the biggest retailer in Belgium, Deleuze, introduced 2 years, 3.5 ago, kind of spread coming from larvae of some moth, I can't remember, introducing it on the market as a big novelty. I think that they threw away all of the stock. I've seen for a couple of days that all disappeared. Is that worthwhile investing all that money, all that time, all that research on that field?
Thanks. I think it's a clear dilemma, also relating to short-term versus long-term, because of course we don't know yet what we don't know, or I guess the example that is often given is people didn't know that they wanted an iPhone before it was invented. So I guess that also plays into it, but it's a very valid point to take that into account. I'm a bit conscious of time. I think I'm eating in a little bit, or we are eating in a little bit of the next session, but I think it's good to see whether there's more questions from the audience. Is that still possible? Questions or comments from the audience on anything that has been discussed?
Well, now I'm just answering as a consumer, because we are not really talking about microalgae as we did yesterday. But I have just a few comments about everything you were saying, like giving a score about sustainability, giving a score about nutritional properties or organic production. So each time you give a score, we have an increase in price, because people have to support someone that come to audit them and to give the score. They have maybe some adjustment to do in their production to be in line with that. So about the sustainability score, I know we want to know if the product is sustainable, but it cannot be the option. I mean, it's something that it's not the consumer to choose. It cannot be the consumer to choose if they are able to buy sustainable food or not. The producer should be obliged at some times from the government to be sustainable. You cannot put everything on the hands of the consumer and say, if you want to be respectful of the environment, you should pay more. I don't know. I did the same comment this morning. Probably it was for the other project, but I feel that really concerned about this point.
Thank you.
It is funny to think that the European Commission launched the initiative for animal welfare labeling before revising its policy on animal welfare that date back to 40 years ago. But apart from this, there is already a system that is the Planet Score that works very well. There's no need to be certified, as well as in the Nutri-Score, there's no need to be certified. Every company, every operator, even artisans can just check what is their situation, what are their activities, are they complying with this, that, or that, and so define the layer and the Planet Score system, which includes also a part on biodiversity that is not present in the different eco-score system already tried. So why don't we offer European consumers, and this is a different perspective, the chance of an informed choice on the basis of commonly agreed standards, rather than leaving the floor open to greenwashing, as it is still happening?
Thank you. Yes, Laurent.
Thank you. Just to complete, so indeed, those scores give more power to the consumer. An alternative would be to impose those principles, those rules for everyone. That's what you suggested, but that's also dangerous, because if people are not ready to accept those regulatory changes, then you could have a different level of assimilation of the rules, and then you can have a counter reaction. That's what happened in many member states, and I think now to Netherlands recently, where the biggest party in terms of votes came from a reaction to this movement we impose rules instead of leaving the power to the consumer. So it's dangerous. I think informing the consumer and enabling him for the changes, I think that's a way that would allow to the society to evolve in the good direction at a normal pace. That's my personal feeling.
Thank you. I think I see many panelists lined up. I think Elena wanted to say something. So I guess if we can keep it really brief, because we need to wrap up.
Yeah, of course. So I was going to come in on this point about consumer acceptance, and is there an appetite for this amongst consumers, or are we trying to push it on them, so to say? So I mean, this is not. I'm not going to speak in relation to insects, because that's actually some of the reason why GFI doesn't work on insects, because we don't think it's super promising for food. But maybe just to kind of end on a maybe more positive note, that we, and this is another shameless plug for another GFI report, but we put out a report earlier this year looking at really detailed retail data on plant-based options, which are obviously of the alternative proteins we work on, the ones that are most widely on the market. And the data is, double-digit growth from West to East Europe across every sector of plant-based products, subsectors of the plant-based market. So clearly there is an appetite for consumers. And again, it comes back to this question, as long as these products meet consumer expectations on the things that they care about, so taste, texture, and price, then the appetite is clearly there from consumers. So just wanted to end on a maybe more positive note that some of the research we have demonstrates a clear appetite from consumers for these.
Great. Is there any final burning remark, comment?
I just want to very quickly decisively support that point. We are not going to change if we think that the market will drive the change. The market won't drive the change. It has never. So it's a utopia that it will do. Consumer neither will do. I understand imposing something is always a double-edged. No doubt this political group are surfing the discontent of the people who want to stay as we are. And if we stay as we are messed up. We know that. We are already messed up, let's say the truth. So we are even more. But if we don't want to impose, then at least we have to be honest and say that the normal food should be the cost, the real cost. Because the problem of the price divide at the moment is not necessarily that the sustainable food costs too much. It's that producing without respecting human rights, environment, and social rights costs much less, and produce food which is crap, harmful, unrespectful of human rights and environment rights. So either the two, we forbid that food to be entering into market, or we charge with the real externalities they embed, all of them. In that case, you would see that crap food will cost double the sustainable food. And that's the only way to leave the market to choose. But we have to, if we want the market to drive, then we have to work on the market kind of approach. And so the cost to the public should be real and transparent. Otherwise, we can't do it. Let's see.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the panel. I think we need to really stop. Can you do it in 10 seconds?
Yeah. No, I just wanted to say that a little bit easier to say that it's really about enabling, I think, the right choice and not imposing it, but really enabling it by indeed choosing policies, measures that impose the right choice and kind of make it more difficult to make the classical choice. I think that's where we need to go to.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the lively discussion, panel and audience. Very well appreciated.
So it seems we are going to close this conference. Yesterday we focused more on the microalgae and the results of the ProFuture project. Today we brought together several of the more relevant European research projects dealing with the alternative protein sources. So this is a big result. My feeling is we had a great meeting. Of course, I would like only share only one general conclusion. We have not a lot of time. If it seems clear that to promote the dietary shift and the sustainability of our food system, the science and the research alone are not enough. We need to build a strong network between researchers, stakeholders, actors of the value chains, and everybody involved in this revolution. But we need also the support of the institution and a suitable policy framework to work in the next years. Before closing, I would like to thank again the speakers and also the people attending this conference for your attention. And a special thank to Marie-Christine and the name, sorry, Rike from EUFIC for their strong work preparing this, organizing all these activities and to support all the people during these 2 days. I think they have done a great work. So now we have, I could invite you to go to visit the poster session. You should vote the best poster, and the best poster, I understand, will receive a prize, so it's important. And then also I invite you to visit the lunch session afterwards, okay? Thank you very much again.